Mhlekazi, may I just remind you again of the importance of telling the truth?
Mhlekazi manike ndikhumbuleka khona ke ukubaleka kokuthetha inyani.
I've asked you on previous occasions to be candid with this commission and tell us that you were on the copy on the 15th, to which your response was, you don't recall being at the copy on the 15th.
Bendike ndacela ke unyaniseke apha kuthi usixelele into kubana wawuke wabapha entabeni na ngalamhla we-15. Impendulo yakho ke wena uthe awukhumbuli usentabeni ngalomhla.
The South African Police Service will lead evidence that places you firmly at the copy on the 15th of August 2012.
Ubungqina ke obuza ukhutshwa ke ngamapolisa apha bobonisayo into kuba wena ngalamhla we-15 kaAugust 2012 wawupha entabeni.
Do you want to reconsider your answer in that regard, or do you persist in saying that you do not recall having been at the copy on the 15th of August 2012?
Umbuzo wakhe into kuba xa ubuzwa ngalomba we-15 usafuna ukuyicingisisa kakuhle impendulo yakho okanye usatsho na into ba wena ukhumbuli usentabeni nge-15 kaAugust?
Perhaps before you answer that question, can I say this?
Mhlawumbi ke phambi uphendule lo mbuzo lowo mandithi kuwe.
If you do know that you were in fact at the copy on the 15th, but you don't say so, the Commission will be none the wiser about the true events of that day from your perspective.
The Commission will?
The Commission will be none the wiser. In other words, the Commission will not get to the bottom of the truth as regards what happened on the copy on that day, the 15th.
Ukuba ke wena uyayazi into bapha nge-15 kaAugust wawupha entabeni uze uthi wawungeke okanye awusakhumbuli kuzawuba nzima ke ngoku into kuba le commission izofikelela ekuyazini inyaniso.
And that's because none of us will be able to ask you questions that will elicit an informative answer about the events of that day if you say categorically that you were not there on that day.
Ukuba xa usithi wawungekho phaya entabeni ngalameni abaninzi bethu asokwazi ke into kuba sikubuza imibuzo ezawukwazi ukuchaza into kuba kwenzeka ntoni phaya entabeni ngalamhla we-15.
And if in fact you were there on the 15th and you deny that you were there, and it is discovered that you were in fact there and could have shed light on the events of the 15th, you then would have committed perjury.
Ukuba ke uyayazi into kuba ngomhla we-15 wawuphaya entabeni kodwa uthi apha wawungekho kodwa ke kuzobonakala kucace egqibile into banyani wawuphaya loo nto uyenzayo ke ngoku izobe ililophulo mthetho ungamangalelwa ngokungathethi inyani kwintetho yakho kodwa ufungile.
Do you now want to reconsider your answer? Were you or were you not at the copy on the 15th of August 2012?
Before you answer the question, I'd like to add something extra. You've seen the video clip of the 15th with someone who you concede seems to be you. Now, having seen that video clip of what was happening on the 15th, has that perhaps helped to jog your memory? You say you couldn't remember before, but when you saw the video clip, did that perhaps jog your memory and help you to remember what happened on the 15th, which you previously couldn't remember?
Into ayithethayo ke ngoku apha uCommissioner athi phambi uphendule lo mbuzo ikhona ke ngoku ivideo libidlalwe apha nge-15 apho wena uthe wathi kukho umuntu ongathi nguwe phaa kulaa video. Ngoku ke le video into ayibuza into yoba khange mhlawumbi kuncede loo video xa ujongile na into yoba ikhumbuze kakuhle na into yoba buphaya na okanye wawungekho phaa na.
Hayi khange ndikhumbuze.
No, it did not remind me.
Correct to say then that you still can't remember anything, you still can't remember being on the copy on the 15th of August.
Uthi ke awena uzikhumbula usentabeni ngomhla we-15?
Ewe.
Yes.
Mr. Magidiwana, the police will also lead evidence. This is now a separate point from the evidence that you were in fact at the copy of the 15th. We shall also lead evidence that not only places you on the copy of the 15th, but also places you there with 2 weapons.
Uthi ke amapolisa bazokhupha nje ubungqina bokuba wena wawubonwe nje phaa nge-15 usentabeni. Kodwa bunye ubungqina babo into ubungqina obonisa into yoba wawuphethe izixhobo ezimbini.
Would you care to comment?
Uzophefumla kuloo nto ithetheka ngolo hlobo.
Ndiyazifuna ezo nto zivele.
I need those things to be brought forward.
Well, let me ask you a direct question. It's a different question from the one I've just asked you about whether or not you were there on the 15th.
Zakubuza ke mandikubuza omnye umbuzo ke kodwa wahlukile kulo bendikubuza wona into yokuba wawuphaa okanye wawungekho phaa ngomhla we-15 na.
Do you persist in your version that the only time that you were carrying 2 weapons was when you were seated on the 16th of August 2012 at the copy, and that you had borrowed the, you call it ngula, from the person who was seated next to you?
Into afuna ukuyiqonda ukuyazi ke ngoku uCouncil uNgalwane into yokuba usatsho na nangoku uba elona xesha wawuphethe ngalo izixhobo ezimbini kwakungela xesha waphaa entabeni nge-16 ngeli xesha wawuboleke incula kulo mntu wayehlele ecaleni kwakho usatsho nangoku na?
Ndisatsho.
I'm still persisting in that. I'm still saying it.
You persist that that is the only occasion that you had those 2 weapons?
Usayigxininisa into yokuba lilo lodwa ixesha uphethe khona izixhobo ezimbini qha elo?
Uba likhona elinye ungaliveza.
If there was any other occasion, then you can prove or show it.
Well, what would your response be if the police presented such evidence?
Ukuba ke ngoku amapolisa anoza nobungqina obunjalo wena ungaphendula uthini kuloo nto leyo?
Hlekazi yabona lento icacile nokuthatha kwenduku kum baye icacile ixesha bayithatha induku yam. Abathathanga esingesinye isixhobo kum bathathe induku kuphela kum ezandleni. Ibambe ngesandla ndilele.
It is clear, sir, because the only weapon that was taken from me was a stick, and that happened at the time I was holding it and I was lying down.
I'm not sure I understand your answer. Are you saying that if the police were to present evidence placing 2 weapons, in other words, placing you on the scene on the 15th or on any other day other than the 16th with 2 weapons, that you would still persist that you were not holding 2 weapons?
Andivisisi ke impendulo yakho uthi ngamanye amazwi nokuba amapolisa bangaveza ubungqina apha ngaphandle kwe-15 apho wawuphethe izixhobo ezimbini khona.
Sorry, ngaphandle kwe-16.
Ngaphandle kwe-16 apho wawuphethe khona izixhobo ezimbini. Uthi usezawuma kule nto yokuba wena wawuphethe izixhobo ezimbini qha nge-16 into ithethayo leyo.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
Even if it is uncontrovertible evidence?
Nokuba ke ibubungqina obungenawukwazi ukuthi buphikiswe.
Ndithe mhlekazi buveze ndibubone.
I said, say, show it to me so I can see it.
But your answer to the question of whether or not you were carrying 2 weapons on the 15th cannot depend on whether the police can produce evidence. You know whether or not you were carrying 2 weapons on the 15th.
Lomba ke into kuba wena buphethe mhlawumbi nge-15 izixhobo ezimbini ayinoxhomekeka kubungqina obuzawukhutshwa ngamapolisa ngokuba ukuba wena wawuphethe izixhobo ezimbini into yaziwa nguwe leyo.
Kodwa into ephuma kuwe leyo.
But it's something that is coming from you.
So I take it.
Sorry, can I just interrupt for a moment? The point is this: if there is evidence led by the police to the effect that you were on the Kopi on the 15th with 2 weapons, or on any other day apart from the 16th with 2 weapons, will that evidence be correct or incorrect? Correctness cannot depend upon anything else. Either it's true or it's not true. If they lead that evidence, will it be correct or will it be incorrect?
Ukuba ebungqineni bawo amapolisa bakhupha ubungqina into ba wena mhlawumbi ngalamhla we-15 okanye noba ngolupholunye usuku ngaphandle ku-15 wawuphethe izixhobo ezimbini bathetha loo nto leyo bakhupha ubungqina obunjalo, wena xa uphendula uzothi loo nto yinyani okanye ayinyani loo nto leyo.
Mna isuku endilaziyo lela nge-16 nge-16 yonke into yakhona ndiyayazi ukwenzeka kwayo, enye nenye ezinye iintsuku andizazi.
What I know is, in fact, what happened on the 16th. The day I remember is about what happened on the 16th. But anything that happened on the other days, I have no knowledge about such events or things.
Legazi, are you saying you have no knowledge of whether or not you were carrying weapons, 2 weapons on a day other than the 16th? Or are you saying categorically that you were not carrying any 2 weapons on any day other than the 16th?
Uthi ke wena unalwazi lento yokubana ngolunye usuku ngaphandle kwe-16 wawuphethe izixhobo ezimbini, okanye uthi xa uthoba uphethe izixhobo ezimbini ngolunye usuku ngaphandle ku-15 i-16 yinto engekhoyo leyo engasiyinyani?
Umhlekazi andazi bufuna ndiyicacise kanjani ngoba bendithe andikhumbuli ndisiya ngelinye isuku uphangele kwemini yange-16.
I don't know, say, how you want me to explain it, because what I said is I don't remember ever going there to the mountain except the 16th.
Very well.
On the 16th.
So I'm sorry to interrupt. You still haven't answered my question. My question was, if there is evidence led by the police, or anybody else for that matter, that you were there with 2 weapons on any day other than the 16th, will that evidence be true or false? Will it be correct or incorrect?
Uthi ke uhlala awukawuphendula umbuzo wakhe. Into ayibuzayo into ukuba ke ngoku ngabakho abanye abantu baze kanye amapolisa bazongqina into kuba apha kule commission likhona olunye usuku owawuphethe ngalo izixhobo ezimbini ngaphandle kwe-16. Ngoku loo nto izobe ithetheka ngolo hlobo izobe inyani okanye izobe ingesiyonyani na?
Hayi, yobe ngeyonyani.
That will not be true.
Okay, so it is clear now that you categorically deny that you were there on the 15th and that you were carrying 2 weapons on the 15th.
Ngamanye amazwi kucacile into yokuba uyayiphika into yokuba wawusentabeni ngomhla we-15 kwaye wawuphethe izixhobo ezimbini.
Kuwe mhlekazi, ukuba ngabe unabo ubungqina obutshoyo buveze ngoba mna lento ithethayo andiyazi.
I said to you, sir, if you have such evidence, you must present it, because I know nothing about what you are saying.
Okay, well, now you seem to be reverting back to pleading ignorance. Perhaps this will jog your memory. Chair, we beg leave to hand up some exhibits. These have already been discovered. It's in the police external hard drive, are my instructions.
Kukhutshwa ke ngoku amanye amaxwebhu obunye ubungqina ke ngoku.
Hello, will this be exhibit EE7?
That's correct, Chair. EE7.
Olu xwebhu ke lizawubizwa u-EE7.
Mr. Magidiwana, is there anything at all that impedes your memory of what might have happened on any of the days preceding the 16th?
Ufuna uqonda ke ngoku into kubana usihlalo ikhona into mhlawumbe engathi iyakuphazamisa mhlawumbe apha engqondweni ukuze ungakwazi ukukhumbula kakuhle kuba kwenzeke ntoni ngezinye iintsuku ngaphandle kwalamhla we-16.
Unobangela ba nditsho kanjalo kukuba andikhumbuli ngelinye isuku ndisiyapha isuku endilikhumbula nyani yonke into yakhona yileli lange-16.
The reason why I'm saying that is that I don't recall ever going there except on the 16th, because I also remember all the occurrences or what happened on the 16th.
Mhlekazi awuphendule ncam umbuzo. Umbuzo uthi siyakwazi uba uthi awuyikhumbuli wena uzikhumbuli upha entabeni ngolunye usuku ngaphandle kwe-16th. Now umbuzo uthi yintoni ikhona na into ebangela ukuba ungakhumbuli. Siyayazi uba uthi awukhumbuli, ikhona na into ebangela ukuba ungakhumbuli upha ngolunye usuku ngaphandle kwe-16th.
So you are not answering the question as directed to you, but the question that was asked was, is there anything that impedes your memory that causes you not to remember ever being there besides the 16th? I think earlier on when I was talking, I gave an answer, so I don't know what kind of answer you want me to give.
And what was your answer?
Uphendule wathini?
Ndithi
I'm saying,
andikhumbuli nge-15 ndipha.
I'm saying I don't recall ever being there on the 15th.
Imini ndiyaziyo yonke yange-16 ndiyayazi yange-16 yonke.
The day that I remember very well is the 16th. The 16th, the whole day.
Mhlekazi awukawuphendula umbuzo kodwa ke masiqhube.
So still we have not answered my question, but yet let us proceed.
May I direct your attention to the first page of exhibit EE7.
Ndicela kujonga kuphepha lokuqala apha kobungqina bubhalwe EE7 kule mifanekiso.
The police maintain that that photograph was taken on the 15th of August.
Into ethethwa ngamapolisa ke abeme kuyo into kuba lo mfanekiso wathathwa ngomhla we-15 ka-August.
You will see a yellow arrow in the top photograph which seeks to depict where you are standing.
Xa ujonge kule foto ingentla kukho ke ngoku lo mzobo apha kokulomgca une-arrow pha ngaphambili omthubi iyolatha into kuba uwawumi ndawuni.
And the photograph below that is a blown up version, albeit blurred, that shows you clearer than the top photograph.
Lo mfanekiso ngezantsi lo sibona ingathi ukhulisiwe ingathi kuwo ucacile kunalo ngaphezulu.
Can you dispute that that is you in the photograph?
Lo mntu ukhonjwe apha ngale nto lo mgca le arrow iyelo ke ngoku uyayiphikisa into yoba nguwe lo mntu.
Perhaps if you focus more on the lower photograph.
phofu ke bungajongisisa ngakumbi kule photo le ingezantsi. That's what I'm looking at.
You recall that the top you were wearing, the sweater, was a green sweater written Uzi or U-double-Z-I.
Usakhumbula ke nomntla wetracksuit lo wawunxibile wawuhlaza wawubhalwe Uzi apha ngaphezulu. Ubhalwe amagama abhalwe Uzi.
Ewe, ngiyakhumbula ke nginxibe wona iyanto nge-16.
Yes, I remember that was what I was wearing on the 16th.
Can you make out at least the U and part of the Z in the lower photograph on the chest of your sweater?
Uyabona ke ngoku apha kulo mntla wetracksuit apha esifubeni uyambona ulo kunye naba Z babini.
No, inxenye ka-Z.
Uyabona?
Ingathi nguZ omnye ndazi.
It seems like the other letter is
Isithwe ngumuntu.
Okay.
Yes.
Ingathi nguZ.
It looks like a Z. Uthi umuntu wenza ntoni?
Cha isithwe ngumuntu.
But there is a person, in fact, who is standing in front that it cannot be clearly seen.
So you accept that that is a UZ on the chest of that green sweater?
Uyavuma into yoba ke ngoku apha kulo mntla wetracksuit ulihlaza ngu-U no-Z aba bavelileyo.
Ndiyavuma.
Yes, I agree.
You also accept that the sweater you were wearing, at least on the 16th, was a sweater that was green, the same color as this, and written UZZI on the chest?
Uyayamkela ke naxa kuthiwa ngomhla we-16 wawunxibe umntla ke ngokoluhlaza wetracksuit obhalwe UZZI Uzi.
Nge-16 ndinxibe yona.
Yes, on the 16th, that's what I was wearing.
Well, the police's evidence will be that on the 15th you was wearing the same sweater.
Ubungqina ke ubuzawuthiwa thaca ngamapolisa apha into yokuba nange-15 wawunxibe kwalaa mntla we-tracksuit.
Now, can you dispute that if, assuming that you were, no, let me put it this way, can you dispute that on this photograph, that is indeed you? Forget the dates, because that's the evidence that the police will lead later. Can you dispute that on this photograph, that is indeed you, in as much as you've now accepted that you were wearing a sweater with the UZ and you can clearly see UZ on that photograph? Can you dispute that that's you?
Maske sime kancinci ke sike ngathi sibeke ecaleni le ye-date kancinci ke ngoku sijongisisa apha kumfanekiso lo noba mhlawumbi wawuthathwe nini na. Kodwa ke umbuzo into yokuba lo mntu mbona kulaa mfanekiso uyayamkela into yokuba nguwe okanye uyayiphikisa loo nto leyo na?
Andiyiqondi.
I don't know.
Magidiwana, the truth again. I think you need to be reminded of telling the truth. You have accepted here that the green top you were wearing on the 16th had was emblazoned with 4 letters, UZZI.
Bandikhumbuze ke into yoba ucelwe into yokuba uthethe inyani apha. Into endikhumbuzayo into yokuba njengoba utshilo nayo into yoba umntla le nto ubuyinxibe ngentla bibhalwe ke ngonobumba abakhulu UZZI.
And that top was green, pretty much like the one we see in the picture.
Kwaye ke lo mntla wetracksuit wawunxibile naye wawulihlaza ufana nalo uvela apha kulo mfanekiso.
That is correct, isn't it?
Inyani leyo injalo?
With tracksuit ndiyinxibile elihlaza.
Yes, the top or the sweater I was wearing was green in color.
Yeah, not just green, this particular shade of green.
Yaye ngakho luhlaza nje kodwa uluhlaza ngalendlela oluhlobo lika green ne.
Wenze ngilomhlobo nje.
Yes, it was this particular shade.
It was in fact this specific sweater.
Yayile mari ingilomntlanqo.
Nje.
It was like this.
It was this.
Yayiyo le.
Le ndida ndiqinisekanga ngoba lo muntu kukho elinyawo engathi lele jini elivelileyo apha bulijongile kubekho isihlangu esingathi sicream engathi zazi noma sicream sendingancibanga sihlangu esinje ke mnake.
All right.
That's why I'm saying I'm not sure, because if I look at the bottom, I see there is a side of a jeans that is appearing, and together with a shoe that seems to be cream, and I was not wearing this kind of shoe.
Very well.
A shoe like this and a jean.
Would you turn the page of that same exhibit?
Chile ke kwelinye iphepha ke kwakulo kulamaqephu.
With your untrammeled vision and unobscured view, can you now dispute that that is indeed you in the picture?
Ngenxa yokuba kulo mfanekiso ungasithekanga uzawuphikisa into yokuba lo muntu uvela apha kulo mfanekiso nguwe na.
Ubuso bona bobamo.
But the face is mine. It's my face.
Can you see the first two letters, U and Z, and the red blanket?
Uyabona ke onobumba bakhulu aba babini U no Z kwakunye nale ngubo ibomvu.
Ewe ndiyabona.
Yes, I can see.
You say it is your face.
Uthi bubuso bakho obu. Yeah.
You are not suggesting it is your face that has been superimposed on someone else's body, do you?
Awuthi ke mhlawumbi kuthathwe ubuso bakho bafakwa emzimbeni womnye umuntu. Awuthethi lonto.
Hayi zange yenziwa lonto le mhlekazi.
No, that was never done.
So then you are saying that is in fact you.
Uthi ke phofu ke nguwe lo.
Hayi ndim lo.
Yes, that's me.
You can see, I'm quite sure, that you are not carrying a knobkiri there.
Uyabona ke kucacile apha into ba uphethanga bhunguza.
Alone
Ha.
or only.
Awuphethanga ibhunguza kuphela apha.
Can you dispute that protruding from your left hand is what appears to be an object other than the knobkiri that you say you've been carrying?
Uyayivuma ke into kuba into evele apha ibonakala uyiphethe ngesandla sakho sasekhohlo sisixhobo esithile esingesinye kodwa ingesili gqudo ingesibhunguza lebuthi wawuyiphethe.
Uyabonakala ba into ephethweyo inganoba insimbi na.
Yes, it's clear that it is something that is carried, which I'm not sure whether it is an iron bar.
Will you dispute when the police lead evidence that says that is in fact a sharpened rod? You call it a bar, a sharpened bar or sharpened iron bar.
Xa amapolisa ethi ke lento iphethwa apha insimbi ebukhali loliweyo incula xa bethetha lonto uzayiphikisa lonto?
hayi zange ndiphathe ingcula.
I
Ngale
never
kwala mina
carried an
nge-16.
iron bar, a sharpened iron bar.
No.
Ikhona into oyithethile uthi kutheni nge-16?
Zange ndiphathe ingcula ngale kwala mina nge-16 endaphatha ingcula ngayo endiyaziyo mna mina.
I never carried a sharpened iron bar, but the day which I remember where I carried a sharpened iron bar was only on the 16th.
Ndiyithatha emntwini.
And I had taken it from someone.
Now, what we see here on this photograph, did you ever possess an instrument of that kind that looks like that?
Njengoba sijonge phaa
Did you ever
kumfanekiso,
possess, during the relevant period in August last year, did you ever possess an instrument that looks like that?
ngo-August ke kulo nyaka upheleyo ke ikhona enye intsimbi elolu hlobo owayeke wayiphatha.
Ilena ndithi le mini andiyikhumbuli yona ndiyiphathe into kodwa ndiyayibona apha ndiphethe into apha qha ndiyazi noba yintoni.
That's why I'm saying that on that I don't remember ever carrying such an object. I can see it in this picture, though I don't remember what object it was.
Did you ever have in your possession, apart from the 16th, which is we're not talking about, did you ever have in your possession an instrument that looks like that?
Umbuzo obuzwa into yokuba ngaphandle komhla we-16 lukhona usuku apho wawuke waphatha isixhobo esilolu hlobo na?
Lento iyandibhidisa kuba imini endiyaziyo yi-16 le
This is
nge-15.
confusing me because what I remember, the day I remember in fact is the 16th.
You see, yeah, but that's not the answer to my question. I know you said you had an implement in your hand on the 16th, but what I'm asking you is something different. Did you, at any stage in the period from, say, the 9th of August to the 15th of August, have in your possession an implement or an instrument of that kind, such as we see on that photograph?
Uthi awukawuphendula umbuzo wakhe. Into ayibuzayo ke Mzoxolo kuba ukusukela ke kulamhla we-9 ka-August uyotsho ngomhla we-15 ne wawuke waphatha into lolu hlobo na? Into afuna uyiqonda leyo.
Kuyabonakala kule picture bekho into endiyiphetheyo.
It is clear in this picture that I am carrying something. I'm holding something.
Yes, I understand that, but you say you can't remember it. That's why I'm asking you, can you remember at any stage from the 9th to the 15th having had in your possession an instrument of that kind?
So, Chairperson, so can we stick with object at this stage?
An object of that kind, can you ever recall, during the period from the 9th to the 15th of August, having had in your possession an object of the kind we see on the photograph?
Uthi ke usukela ke ngalamhla we-9 ka-August uyotsho nge-15 ka-August awukhumbuli phakathi ezo ntsuku na uphethe into elolu hlobo le enjengalivela apha kulo mfanekiso.
Hayi. Ndiyayibona yona uba ndiyiphethe into qha ndixakile uba noba ndidibana nawo kanjani uba nama ndinayo.
I see in this picture that I am carrying something, but I'm really confused. I can see I'm hearing it here, but I don't know as to how I carried it because I don't even have such an object.
Mr. Magidiwana, you called it an iron bar or an iron rod. You said intsimbi.
Uyibize intsimbi wena lento.
Ewe ndithe ingathi intsimbi.
Yes, I said it seems like it's an iron bar.
Andithanga intsimbi ndithe ingathi intsimbi lento.
I didn't say it is in fact an iron bar. I said it seems like it is one.
If it is one, you will accept that intsimbi is a weapon.
Ukuba yiyo ke loyiphetheyo intsimbi. Ukuba intsimbi uzayamkela ke xa kuthiwa intsimbi kodwa yona isisixhobo.
Ngaloo ndlela yakho ke ndingayamkela.
In your own way, then I can accept it.
Kodwa ndicinga uba sisixhobo.
But I don't think it is a weapon.
You don't think an iron rod shaped like this is a weapon?
awucingi into yoba intsimbi elolu hlobo na isisixhobo?
Hayi.
No,
It's not a dangerous weapon?
ayisisixhobo esinobungozi.
Hayi.
No.
Okay. If you flip over the page, Mr. Magidiwana, you will see
Uchila kwelinye iphepha ke elilandelayo.
pretty much the same image.
Isekwa ngulaa mfanekiso ke.
And so will the fourth page.
Naku iphepha lesine.
The police will lead evidence that this was not only the 15th of August, but that you were carrying a sharpened iron rod. You call it an iron bar. The police will confirm that it was in fact a sharpened iron bar.
You say, are you saying, Council, not only on the 15th?
Yes, this is not only, will lead evidence that not only was this picture taken on the 15th, but also that on the 15th he was on the copy carrying a sharpened iron rod.
Uthi ke ubungqina buzothwathaca amapolisa apha into yokuba kwapha nge-15 wawuphethe ke ngoku le nto ibiza intsimbi phofu ke ngoku amapolisa yayingasiyintsimbi nje kodwa yayincula le wawuyiphethe usentabeni.
Ndiphendule.
Can I answer?
Go ahead.
Qhubekeka bawo.
Ukuba ngaba incula.
If it was a sharpened iron bar,
Andinoxoka yona ndiyazi babe ndiyithatha kubani pha.
if I cannot lie,
Kodwa
if
yona-
it was the sharpened iron bar, I cannot lie. I don't know where I got it from or to whom I took it, from whom I took.
Kodwa yona ngoyijonga kwami ngathi inlanto ke into yintsimbi.
But according to my observation here, it looks like an iron bar.
Right.
I mean, an iron bar is a dangerous weapon. You can do a lot of damage with an iron bar, can't you?
Uthi yena uthatha into kubana intsimbi ke nayo sisixhobo esinobungozi ungakwazi ukwenza umonakalo omkhulu ngayo injalo lonto.
Hayi ke. Nobe njalo mhlekazi.
No, then maybe it is like that, sir.
What that answer means. Would you accept that if it's an iron bar, you can do a lot of damage with an iron bar if you hit someone on the head with it? Would you accept that?
Uyayamkela na into yokuba xa kuthiwa intsimbi le ke nayo inobungozi ungenza umonakalo kwaye ungabetha umuntu ngayo entloko nangayo?
Andiyamkela loo nto.
Yes, I
Would
accept
you
that.
therefore accept that it is a dangerous weapon?
Uyayamkela nento kubana sisixhobo esinobungozi?
Ewe.
Yes.
All right. Would you consider Umambush to have been a brave man?
Umambushi ke ungamthatha njengomntu ke olikroti onesibindi.
Cacisa.
Clarify.
Well, while igwala now okanye while ikhoti?
Was he a coward or was he brave?
Andazi.
I don't know.
Would you consider yourself a coward or a brave man?
Wena ke uzithatha njengegwalo okanye ikroti.
Ndizithatha njengegwala.
I consider myself a coward.
Would you consider yourself a weak man or a strong man?
wena ke uzithatha njengendoda ke enamandla okanye indoda nje ethe.
Hayi ke andiyazi ke loo nto le bandithatha noba ndinjani noba ndi-ethe okanye ndinjani nandikhangelekile. Mhlawumbi noba ndingabonwa ngokuba ndiwiki okanye ndinjani umntu akazazi.
I then don't know as to how I am, as to whether I am weak or not. Perhaps according to the way you are looking at me, you can consider me weak or otherwise. I don't know.
You know very well that I'm not talking about appearances.
Uyazi kakuhle loba ndithethi ngembonakalo.
I'm talking about your character.
Ndithetha ke wena ngendlela oyiyo njengomntu.
Hayi ke na uthetha ngaloo ndlela andiligwana.
No, then if you put it that way, I am a coward.
You've answered that question. I'm asking a different one.
So uphenduleke lo mbuzo ndibuza ongomnye ngoku.
Ubuza uphi?
Which question are you asking?
Would you consider yourself a weak man or a strong man?
Wena ke uzithatha njengendoda ethe okanye njengendoda enamandla.
Ethe.
I consider myself a weak man.
You are a man, aren't you?
Uyindoda akunjalo?
Not as opposed to being a woman. I'm talking about, since you're a closer man, you would have gone to circumcision school. I'm going somewhere with this chairperson, if you will indulge me.
Were, but isn't he a Bomvana or a Momvana? Do they have circumcision? Do they have circumcision?
Well,
that's something you can look at.
I'm giving him the opportunity to answer that question, chairperson.
Ke kufuna uqondwa ke into kuba ke bawo se ubuya nawa ke waya pha esuthwini.
Andiyondoda nomfana.
I am not a man, I'm a young man.
So I take it you haven't gone to circumcision school then?
You mean he has not gone? Uthatha into kuba awukangeni.
Hayi njalongo ke.
It is not like that.
Phofu anikangene phi ke?
Walukile.
Awukoluki. I mean where
Ndoluka.
I am circumcised.
Indoda umzi ngumuntu omdala. Umuntu ongakangami ngumfana.
A man is
Inkwenkwe ngumuntu ongolukanga.
A man is an old man who is a head of a house, and a person like me is a young man, and a boy is someone who has never been to initiation school.
Thanks for the lecture.
Inkosi ke ngalo mfundiso leyo.
Would you consider yourself the sort of young man who, when the going gets tough, would run away?
Uzithatha njengomfana ke othi xa kunzima abaleke.
Nxa kunzima abaleke.
The one who runs away when it's tough.
Kunjalo nxa unzima funeka ubaleke ubone ba kunzima.
It is so. When it is tough, you have to flee.
Awunoyinyamezela into inzima.
You cannot persevere under something that is tough.
So you're not the sort of young man who perseveres.
Awungumfana ke wena onyamezelayo.
Hayi ngiyanga.
No, I'm not that type of young man.
You're not the sort of young man who'd stand his ground for what he wants.
Awungula alolo hlobo lomfana oyimelayo into ayifunayo.
Believing it to be rightfully his.
Akholelwa into ba into analungelo layo ilungelo lakhe.
Xa kunyanzeleka ndiyibona ba lento ndizayifumana ililungelo ba ndiyifumane nandibona ba ndizayimela lento le. Kodwa nani ngayimeli ndibona ba ayilunganga ndiyakwazi ba ndibona ba ndiyeke kuba ayilunganga.
If then that thing that is rightfully mine is a right thing, then in that sense I can stand my grounds. But if it is something that is not right and something I cannot stand against, then I just leave it.
Well, you considered the demand for 12,500 rand to be a right demand, not so?
Ngoku ke lento yokufuna 12,000 uyithatha njengento lilungelo efanelekileyo oyifunayo.
Kakhulu nangoku ndisayifuna.
Indeed, and even now I still want it, in fact very much.
So you would stand your ground in demanding the 12,500 because you believe it to be rightfully yours?
Ungama ke ngoku xhathise xa ufuna i-12,500 ngoba uyibona lonto iyinto elungile ilungelo lakho lomfuno.
Ndingama ndithethe xa kunyanzeleka ndithethile ndifuna njoba ndifuna loo mali leyo.
I can stand and then speak if then circumstances are compelling, especially when I want such a demand.
And when someone or people stand in your way to your getting the 12,500 that you believe to be rightfully yours, are you saying you would simply walk away?
Ukuba ke ngoku kule 12,000 rand oyifunayo, 12,500 oyifunayo, kukho nje abantu abamendleleni yakho abangumqobo. Uthi ke ngoku xa kunjalo uzawuvela uyeke nje uyeke injalo ungami?
Ngale ndlela uthetha ngayo ibe njalo kodwa ngokuyanyanzeleka ba ndingayiyeki ngoba sendifile kwafa abantu abaninzi ndisese ndiyifuna impela le mali.
In the way in which you are putting it, that's what happened, and it happened that the people died and I had died, and that is what made me want it even more, as I still want it.
Well, and if the employer refuses, what then?
Xa ke ngoku yena esala umqeshi kwenzeka ntoni?
Umqeshi zangathi uyala.
The employer never said he is refusing.
Cha zangeze ebasebenzini.
It's only that he never came to the workers.
Sadlakazwa ngamapolisa qento sasayibona.
What I saw was that we were then destroyed by the police.
You're not answering my question.
Awuphendula umbuzo wami.
You're saying you will persist in the 12,000 rand because people have died for it. I'm paraphrasing.
Uthi ke ungayimela lento ye 12,500 ngoba abantu babe sebeyifele.
I'm saying to you, if the employer refuses, what then?
Umbuzo wami into kuba ukuba ke ngoku yena umqeshi uyala ngabanye amazwi akavumi kuzawuthini kuzokwenzeka?
Chopha phansi emsebenzini andiyi njengalandlela zesiyenze ngayo.
I will sit down and not go to work just as in the manner in which we did.
You know, of course, that would be the quickest way to your losing your job, not so?
Awuboni ba yona ndlela ikhawulezileyo yokuba ulahlekelwe ngumsebenzi wakho ukwenza ngolo hlobo.
Kodwa nxa ulahlekelwe ngumsebenzi nibanensi nonke ninabantu bebesemine kungcono na ubulahlekelwe ngumsebenzi umnye umme wedwa umnye.
But then it is better to lose employment being many mine employees rather than losing a job being one person standing alone.
You held a different view earlier in your evidence in chief.
Kodwa ke ngelixesha ke ngaphambili bunika ubungqina bakho buyibeka ngendlela eyahlukileyo kanye bunombono wahlukileyo.
Ewe befanele ukuhluka umbono wami elaxatha bendibeka obumngqina uthetha ngoku ndiphendula umbuzo wakho lo ndibuza wona.
Yes, my view had to be different at the time I was giving evidence. But now I have just answered the question that you just posed.
Do you remember what view you held in your evidence in chief?
Usakhumbula bingophi umbono wakho ke ngeli xesha bukhupha ubungqina bakho?
Ungandixelela.
You can tell me.
Well, you've just told the commission that you held a different view then than you hold now. So surely you must know what the different version was earlier.
Njengoba utshilo nayo into yokuba eqaleni ke kanye ngaphambili ngoba unika ubungqina bunombono ngomnye owahlukileyo. Xa uthetha ngolo hlobo kuthi ukuthi ke xa wazi ubukholo mahluko uyayazi into usayikhumbula into oyithethileyo ngaphambili.
Ndithi kaloku ungandixelela.
I'm saying that then you can tell me.
What is the difference between your version now and your version then about the fear of losing your job?
Yintoni umahluko phakathi kwento ogqiba uyithetha ngoku nento oyithethe qala ngaphambili?
Sinintsi into endizithethe ngaphambili.
There are many things that I said earlier on. It's not just one thing.
Specifically about the fear of losing your job.
Uthi ke ngakumbi xa ndithetha ngoloyiko lokulahlekelwa ngumsebenzi.
Kukucinga ugoduka. Ndabona ba ndiyokukodwa kubuyelwa emsebenzini kuthiwa kuyabuya ndibe mina ndisekhaya. Abanye abantu babe besemsebenzini mina ndicheke ndisekhaya ndiphelelwe ndedwa ke ngokumna emsebenzini.
It was the thought of going home that if I were to go home and that the people it would happen that people go back to work. What I said was that now the fear would be that the fact that I'm remaining at home would cause me to lose employment alone, which means being one.
But you were as much at risk of losing your job if you went home as you were if you joined and supported an unprotected strike, not so?
Uthi bungaphulukana nomsebenzi wakho xa uye ekhaya naxa ke bungenele olaqhankqalazo belingekho semthethweni into efanayo kuye leyo.
Ayifani tu.
It is not the same thing.
But on both occasions you lose your job.
Uthi ngokuba kuzo zonke izinto ke ngoku kuye ekhaya nokungenela uqhankqalazo ungalahlekelwa ngumsebenzi wakho.
Nxa ethe umqeshi ndiyanigxotha hambani alahla amaphepha athi ndiyanigxotha hambani apha ndizoqesha abanye abantu bekunoba njalo.
If the employer had said I'm firing you and then he would get rid and throw away all the documents and say I am employing other people, then it could have been like that. But kodwa
ahlale ithemba liba khona buya usezosixelela imali uzosinika.
If then the employer just remains there, there is then still hope that he will come back. Utuzawubuya ne? Ulisekhona ithemba loba uzawubuya. Yes, there is still that hope that the employer then will come back to us.
I next want to take you back to where we left off on Friday. Perhaps, Chairperson, if this is the convenient time to adjourn, then...
Proposing to go on until 11:15 because we only started at 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
If there's a particular reason why you want the earlier adjournment, I'll consider it, but that was my plan.
No, I'll continue, Chairperson.
Uzawuqhubekeka ubawo ke ngenxa yoba siqale ngentsimbi yeshumi.
You will recall...
We started slightly after 10, but anyway, but I won't use that against you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm indebted to the Chairperson of the
Ugqiba
Commission.
uthi ke uba ungalwana usafuna ke sibuyele pha apho sigqibele khona ngolesihlanu sibuyele kulamba besiushukuxa.
Well, before I go there, can I come back to this recurring theme of your presence at the copy on a particular date? We dealt with the 15th, we dealt with the 16th. Would you deny having been on the copy on the 14th of August 2012?
uthi ke masiye sibuyele kulaa mxholo kanye laa mba besiwuphicocotha wokuba kwakho phaa entabeni. Uthi ke sesigqibile ke ngomhla we-16 nange-15 kodwa ke xa kuthiwa ke nge-14 ke ka-August wawuphaa entabeni ungayiphika loo nto?
Hayi, ndingayiphika.
No, I can dispute that.
Sorry, Mr. Malone. Before you go to the 16th or the 14th, can you look at photo number 5?
Ucela ke uCommissioner ujonge ifoto yesihlanu.
Red with 3, I think, yes. Let's start with 3.
Masiqala pha kule yesithathu ke.
I take it you admit that that person depicted here, there is you.
Ndithatha into yoba kuvumile ke lo mntu uvele apha nguwe lo.
That person is pointed out there on the top photograph, but it's clearer on the photograph.
Kuthiwa kwangulomke ulathwe apha ngalomgca une-arrow apha entloko ulathe apha kodwa ke nguye kwangulo mfanekiso lukhulisiweyo apha nguwe lo mntu.
See, that we have agreed now is an iron rod. That iron rod, which is appearing on the previous photo, you're still carrying it there. See that?
Le ntsimbi ke ngoku le ibivele nakwifoto elapha engaphambili kwakule umfanekiso usayiphethe. Uyayibona loo nto?
Ndiyayibona.
I can see it.
That there is a stick, a knobkiri protruding on the right-hand side. Is that your knobkiri?
Kukho ke apha ngase kunene igqudu elibonakala livelile apha libhunguza into ayibuzayo ke ngusihlalo ba yakho na?
Eyam.
It is mine.
It also appears in photograph number 5.
Iyabonakala ke nalapha kumfanekiso lo wesihlanu.
Iyabonakala.
Yes, it is appearing.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, Mr. Magidiwana, you appear, correct me if I'm wrong, to be denying rather more emphatically your presence on the copy on the 14th than you did the one on the 15th. Correct?
Uthi ke ngoku leyo na kuthiwa yokuba kuthiwa uba upha entabeni nge-14 uyikhaba ngawumane kwaye uyiphika udlula leya nge-15.
Hayi. Andivumi.
No, I don't agree.
What don't you agree with?
Intoni le ungayivumiyo?
Iluyithetha.
What you are saying?
You don't agree that you've denied emphatically your presence of the copy on the 14th than you did on the 15th?
Awuvumelani nale nto into yoba uyaphika into yokuba wawungekho se-14 entabeni nge-14 kwaye uyiphika ngaphezu kwaleya nge-15.
Hayi, andivumelani.
No, I disagree.
I think the nuance is lost here.
I think he may not understand the subtlety of the point you're putting, and I wonder whether the effort expended on trying to convey it to me will be rewarded. Perhaps you could approach the point from a different angle.
Yes, no, let me move on, Chairperson. Thank you. The police, Mr. Magidiwana, will place you firmly on the copy on the 14th of August during the performance of the rituals. Will you be in any position to dispute that if uncontrovertible evidence is placed before the Commission?
Ukuba ke ngoku amapolisa angakhupha ubungqinapha obungenawuphikiswa bokuba nge-14 phaa entabeni ngeli xesha ke bekusenziwa amatiletile abantu besebenza besetyenzwa phaa nge-14 entabeni kuthiwa nawe awukhona apho nawe ke ukulonto leyo ungayiphikisa?
Hayi iveza loo nto.
No, show that thing.
Yes, no, we will.
Sizawuyenza loo nto.
I'm asking you that when we do, will you still persist that you were not at the copy on the 14th?
Sizawuyenza loo nto leyo kodwa ndithi kuwe xa siyiveza loo nto usezayiphika into yokuba wena zange ube phaa entabeni nge-14?
Hayi zange ndibe phaa.
No, I was never there.
So you will dispute it despite evidence?
Noba ubungqina ke bukhutshiwe uzawuqhubekeka uyiphike loo nto.
Ndithi zange ndibe phaa.
I'm saying I was never there.
You will say that despite evidence showing the contrary?
Nokuba ke kukho ungqina obuzowukhutshwa bubonisa loo nto leyo uzawuqhubekeka still uyiphike loo nto.
Ndithi hayi zange ndibe phaa loo mini leyo.
I'm saying I was not there on that day.
Well, let's start with, this is the first part of the evidence.
Masiqala apha ke ngule yinxalenye yokuqala yobungqina.
It's in phases. Can I take you to page 6 of the EEE7 document that you have in front of you?
Ndicela siye kuphepha lesithandathu apha ke kolu xwebhu la EEE7.
You will see in the bottom photograph it appears to be naked persons.
Siyabona ke kule foto lapha ngezantsi kukho abantu ababonakala behambaze.
More on the left-hand side of the photograph, bottom left. Can you see that?
Apha ezantsi ke ngasekhohlo kule foto uyayibona loo nto leyo?
Ndiyayibona.
Yes, I can see it.
There is another group on the other side of that beaten track, a group standing there. Can you see that?
Kukhona kwelinye icala ke ngelinye ngaphaya elinye icala labantu elimiyo uyababona?
Clothed.
Abafuphi abanxibileyo.
Ndiyababona abantu banxibileyo.
I can see these people who are wearing clothes.
The police the police allege that that is when the rituals were taking place. Are you in a position to dispute that?
Amapolisa athi ke ngelixesha ke lo mfanekiso kungelixesha ke kwakusenziwa amatiletile abantu besebenza. Uyayiphikisa loo nto?
Andiyazi ke mna ndingekho.
I don't know about that. I was not there.
So you cannot dispute it.
Ngoko ke awunawuyiphikisa loo nto.
Ndithi andiyazi mna ndingekho. Babe besebenza ntoni andinoyazi.
I'm saying I don't know about it. I was not there. As to whether what they were doing, I wouldn't know.
May I ask you to turn the page to page 7?
Kutshile kuphepha lesixhenxe.
You will see it is now some 25 minutes later than the first photograph.
Uthi ke kule yenzwe emva kwemashumi amabini ananhlanu iyenziwe le ifoto ngaphambili.
You look at the top photograph.
Jonga ke kulomfanekiso ngentla.
Do you see the group that is huddled at or higher, almost close to the intersection of the two beaten paths?
Uyabona aba bantu balathwe apho indlela sithi inqumleza khona?
Ndiyabona abantu bahleliyo bonke apha.
I can see all these people who are here seated.
The police will show that that is the group that participated in the ritual.
Uthi ke amapolisa azawubonisa azawuveza apha into ba ke eliqela lihle lapha ngaba ke baye bathatha inxaxheba ngelixesha ke bekusetyenziswa amatiletile awo ngamanye amazwi ngamayeza.
And that you were present in that group.
Uthi ke kwaye wena wawukhona apha kweli qela.
If you look at the photograph, which is almost an insert below, the yellow arrow is pointing at where you are seated in that group.
uthi ke ngoku uba ujonga kulo mfanekiso ungezantsi le mgca ke umthubi wolathe apho wawuhleli khona.
No, we cannot see your face, but will you dispute that that is indeed you?
Nangona ke ubuso bakho singaboni kodwa xa kuthiwa nguwe lo lonto uyayiphika.
hayi ndimanga lo.
No, this is not me.
And I ask you to turn to page 8 of that same document.
Icela ke utyhile kuyiphepha lesibhozo.
Cast your eye in the lower photograph. Is the image not clearer that is you?
Khawukujonge kulo mfanekiso ngezantsi. Kulo mfanekiso awucacanga kakuhle na into kuba nguwe lo?
hayi
No,
ayindim lo.
this is not me.
Do you see the red blanket?
Uyayibona ingubo ebomvu?
engathi ayiyo kwa ingubo kwale.
It seems like this is not even a
skip.
blanket.
ayizoskipis.
Is this not a t-shirt?
You see the green garment below the red blanket?
Uyasibona ke isinxibo esiluhlaza ngaphansi okanye ezantsi kwale ngubo ebomvu.
hayi ayikho green lento.
No, this is not green.
What color would you give it?
Ungathi ke umbala wayo ngumbala onjani?
engalifuna uba mthubi.
It seems like it's yellowish.
Yellowish.
Ingathi ifuna uba mthubi. Like almost yellow.
The color below the red or maroon? You say that's
Uthi lo mbala
yellowish.
usezantsi kwalo lo mbala ungaphansi kwalo ubomvu. Nguye luthetha ngawo?
ewe.
Yes.
I thought I was colorblind.
Bencimba ke ndim ongazi kakuhle imibalo.
I ask you to turn to page 9.
Ndicela ke utyhile kuphepha lesithoba.
In the lower photograph, does that still appear yellow to you?
Kule photo ingezantsi kuwe ke lento isabonakala ingathi imthubi.
lento ivele apha isafana ncana lanto ibivele eqala.
This which is depicted here looks exactly like the one which we were looking at before.
Are you looking at where the yellow arrow is pointing?
Ujonge apho lathe khona lo mgca umthubi.
ijonge khona straight.
That's where I'm looking at.
And you persist that the lower, call it a garment, is not green but yellow.
Usatsho into yokuba isisinxibo silapha ngezantsi asikho mthubi. I mean asikho lihlaza kodwa simthubi.
andisazi ke ngoba sebunjani kodwa ngokungathi buphatsha kakhulu.
I don't know exactly the color, but it looks brighter.
Perhaps the next photograph might help put things in perspective. Would you turn to page 10?
Masiye kuphepha leshumi.
Do you see the lower photograph where the arrow is pointing?
Uyabona apha ke ngoku into apha ku lo mgca wolathe khona.
ndiyawubona.
I can see it.
Does the lower garment still look yellow to you?
Esi sinxibo singaphansi nangoku kuwe nasabonakala ngathi simthubi.
bendike ndabuza uba iso skipa nesi na sivele apha sibomvu.
I asked if this red thing that is appearing here is not a t-shirt.
The answer is no, but you haven't answered my question.
Impendulo yami ke nguhayi kodwa ke awukawuphendula umbuzo wami.
The question doesn't relate to the red garment, sorry. The question doesn't relate to the red garment. It relates to the lower, what appears to be the lower garment. And the question is, what is the color of that?
uthiwa akubuzwa ke ngalento engaphezulu ibomvu kubuzwa ngalila apha ngezantsi umbuzo obuzwayo into yokuba umbala unjani lo apha ngezantsi
Andiyazi kakuhle le khala uba injani kodwa iphatshi buphatshi.
I don't know exactly what color it is, but it looks bright.
Whether the top garment is a T-shirt or not, what color is it?
Chairperson, I know I'm not an interpreter, but the interpreter is struggling with the color that has been described as pacha. And I think I've looked at the evidence leaders and we agree that it means it looks paler. Yeah,
Okay.
pacha is to fade, as it were. Or, yeah, maybe faded would be better, as Mr. Matlanga says.
Whether
Before we take the tea, German, let's finish this point before we take the tea, German. Finish this point, repeat your question, listen carefully to the translation. If you don't agree with the translation, let's get an agreed translation before the witness answers, because otherwise we'll go round and round in circles and we never have our tea.
Thank you, Chair. What color? You say it's faded or
Lento lo uthi ile impatchile. Yes, it is faded.
faded, unless I don't know my colors, it doesn't strike me as a color.
Kodwa ke into ephatsha kanye embhatshileyo ingathi ayingumbala.
What
Namdi
fade?
namdi bangala nditsho ndixawe ngumbala kodwa ayiyongo le ndiyibize ndiyinxibile mna.
The reason why I'm saying that is because the color itself is confusing me, and in fact it's not what I was wearing.
It's closer to red, isn't it?
Iphansi yabomvu isonde lapha kubomvu.
Ngoku kube bendinetawule ebomvu ufuna uthi ndim lo.
Sorry, Commissioner. Because then I had a red towel. Are you trying to say then that this was me?
That color which you say is faded is closer to red, is it not?
Lombala uthi uphatsha okanye umbhatshile into ephansi uba isonde lapha kubomvu injalo lonto.
Ewe.
Yes.
The answer to your question is yes.
Impendulo yakho ngu ewe.
No, impendulo yam kuwe kulombuzo ubuze kum, although I'm not, I shouldn't be answering your questions, is yes.
Which is exactly
And
what
what
I
about
was saying
them?
saying that his answer to you is yes. I said it in Xhosa.
Andikuva kakuhle ngawuphinde kulento uyithetha andikuva tu.
I cannot really get what you're
Yes
saying.
wakuthetha ukuthini? Ndithi yes entwenini.
Can you repeat it so that as I'm saying yes, you must tell me what is it that I'm saying yes to?
It appears the witness doesn't remember his own question to me. Perhaps
Well,
this may be
perhaps this is I don't know, maybe we shouldn't leave this point hanging in the air. Let's sort it out before we go. If you look at the photograph that is the lower photograph of exhibit EEE 7.10, you see there's an arrow pointed to someone who appears to have two garments.
Sijonga apha kuphepha leshumi ke ngoku. Is it page 10, Commissioner?
Yes.
This exhibit, page 10.
Yes.
Kukho lo mntu ke wolathwe ngalomgca umthubi ubonakala enxibe into ezinemibala emibini uyayibona lonto leyo.
Ndiyayibona.
I can see it.
Okay. Now, what color would you say is the top garment?
Ungathi ke lento ingentla umbala wayo ngumbala onjani?
Ubomvu.
It's red.
And the lower garment?
Engezantsi yona.
Leyo lengacacanga kakuhle binjani ngezantsi ndiyazi kakuhle binjani yona.
The one at the bottom is the one that is not quite clear. I don't really know the color thereof.
It looks like a color that's greenish, but seems to have what look like yellowish tones to it as well. Would you agree with that?
Uthi ke ibonakala into engathi luhlaza kodwa kho apho ingathi xubene nobumthubi obuthile.
Ilanto bendisitsho kanye kanye nsithi iyangixaka nami benjani ngoba engathi yellow.
That's why I said that it's also confusing me because it looks like it's yellow.
It looks like greenish with yellow tones. Would that be fair?
Ingathi into eluhlaza kodwa ixubene nomthubi. Yes.
I think that we've all earned a cup of tea, including you, Mr. Magidiwana. We take the tea.
Cemba funesiyo selenithi nawe bawukwe uyoselithi. Our commissioners bekhona singamenya ukaqhutyekekwa.
Resumes. Mr. Magidiwana, you're still under oath.
Ukhumbule ke mfo usafungile ne?
Mhlekazi, ndifuna ukucela ukuba umamelisise lo mbuzo ndizawubuza.
Sir, I'm asking you to listen carefully what I am about to say.
What I'm about to ask you.
Into enza kubuza yona.
We've been here before, but unfortunately, as in many instances, I didn't get a clear answer.
Beske saba kuwo ke lo mba kodwa ke isihlandlo ezininzi khange ndifumane impendulo ingathi icacile kwanyevakala.
If I say to you that you are not going anywhere, you are going to die here, I'm going to finish you off here, that would be a declaration of war on you, not so.
Ukuba ndithi kuwe awuyi ndawo na uzawufela apha nokuba ndizawugqibela apha lonto ndithi kuwe makuliwe injalo lonto.
Uthi makuliwe?
Are you declaring war?
Ukuba ndithi kuwe,
if I say to you
awuzukuhamba kule ndawo,
you are not going to live here,
uza kufela apha,
you are going to die here,
masityikitye iphepha,
let us sign a paper
ukwenzela uba ihlabathi liphela
so that the whole world
libone ukuba sibulalana njani na namhlanje.
can see how we kill each other today.
Awuba ndicela umngeni ngolo hlobo, akunjalo?
I will be issuing a challenge by making a challenge by that, isn't it?
Lo mbuzo wakho benike ndathi ufanelwe ngulomuntu ze uthetha kuba mna zange ndiwuva umbuzo onjalo.
I said to that question you asked that the right person to answer it is the person who uttered those words, because I never heard such a thing being said.
Awuphendule imibuzo mhlekazi.
You are not answering the question, sir.
Funa ukuncekelela
I just want to be patient with you,
because ibalulekile le ndima.
because this issue is really important.
Ndifuna uluvo lwakho,
I want your view.
andithethi ngomambush,
I'm not talking about Mambush.
thetha ngam nawe.
I'm talking about myself and you.
Ndithi ukuba ndithi kuwe,
I'm saying if I say to you,
awuyi ndawo,
you are not going anywhere,
uza kufela apha,
you are going to die here,
masityikitye iphepha mna nawe,
let us sign a paper, me and you,
ukwenzela ukuba ihlabathi lonke libone ukuba sibulalana njani na thina sobabini, ungalwana noMagidiwana.
so that the whole world can see how the two of us, meaning myself, Ngalwana, and you, Magidiwana, kill each other.
Ndawuba ndicela umngeni kuwe,
By so doing, I will be challenging you.
libala ngento kaMambush, ndithetha nawe thina sobabini. Uba ndithethe lo mazwi ndicela umngeni kuwe, akunjalo?
Forget now about Mambush, I'm just talking about me and you. If then I say such, or I utter such words, that would mean I am challenging you, isn't it?
Hayi akunjalo mhlekazi.
No, it is not so, sir.
So you don't consider that a declaration of war on you?
Loo nto leyo ayiboni njengomcelingeni yokufuna umlo kuwe.
Andinose ndivumele uba ndithi masilwe singaxabenanga thina sobabini, ngeke ndiyivumele loo nto.
I can't agree to fight with you whereas we had never quarreled.
Ubaleka nentlaka mhlekazi.
You are being evasive.
Andithethi ngesizathu sokuba kuliwe.
I'm not talking about the reason to fight.
Ndithi kuwe ndiza kubulalela qha.
I am saying to you that just I'm going to kill you here.
Ayikokucela mngeno.
Is that not a challenge?
Hayi.
No.
So nokuba ndithi ndiza kukugqibela apha, hamba apha.
Even if I then say I'm going to finish you off here, live here,
Ayingomngeni lo.
is that not a challenge?
Hey, ayinguye.
No, it is not.
See, ingxaki mhlekazi.
The problem, sir,
No, sorry, I'm not going to comment.
How much further you want to take this point? He seems to dug his heels in the sand and set his position in concrete. I'm not sure that you'll be able to persuade him to a different view.
Thank you,
I think
Chair.
you may find a way of dealing with using our time more profitably, but if you take another point.
Thank you, Chair. We shall argue, of course, with reference to this sort of answer, among others, about the evasiveness of the witness.
uthi ke njengoba ezawudlulela komnywa ngoba usihlala uthi ingathi akazokufumana enye impendulo engenye xa kusenziwa ingxoxo mpikiswano kulapho ke kunalento indlela aphendula ngayo ingqina eli bazawuthi bathethe ngayo ngelo xesha loo nto leyo.
When Mr. Matunjwa addressed you at the copy, you testified that he knelt, he went on his knees, and pretty much begged you to leave the copy and go home, not so?
Uthi ngeli xesha ke wayethetha nani umhlekazi uMathunjwa waguqa waze wanibongoza kuba pha entabeni nigoduke injalo loo nto?
Ewe.
Yes.
But you didn't leave, did you?
Kodwa zange nihambe. Nahamba.
Bathetha abantu into bangahambi abayifunayo.
The people spoke, they gave the reasons why they did not leave.
You yourself didn't leave, did you?
Wena ke ubuqu zange uhambe.
Ewe.
Yes.
And the reason you advanced was, as I recall, that you were waiting for the employer to come and address you on your demands, not so?
Uthi isizathu songahambi kwenu into yokubana nilindele umqeshi aze nempendulo kule nto naniyifuna.
Ewe.
Yes.
But the employer had made it clear that it was not prepared to negotiate with RDOs, not so?
Kodwa watsho kwacaca wathetha umqeshi into yokuba akasoze angene kwingxoxo ngemivuzo ne-RDO.
P.
Where?
Didn't the employer say there was a 2-year wage agreement that was in place and that it was not prepared to negotiate outside that 2-year agreement?
Umqeshi zangatsho na into yoba kukho isivumelwano esatyikitywayo seminyaka emibini. Kwaye ke ngezo zathu ezo inxa isivumelwano eso abanakwazi ukuba babambe ingxoxo. Zange batsho.
zange ndiyive mna loo nto.
I never heard about that.
Chairperson and members of the Commission, if I may just correct one thing from what Mr. Ngalona is putting. The position by the employer was that they're not going to negotiate with the RDOs outside of the collective bargaining structures. So if that question can be properly put.
Uthi into
The question was actually wrongly formulated. As far as I can recall, the point about the 2-year agreement was actually made by the NUM top stewards at the various meetings that were spoken about. I don't recall any evidence to the effect that Lonmin put the point in those and based their refusal on that ground. So I think the question should be reformulated to meet these points.
Sorry, Chairperson, yeah. Just to add, the further point is that even if that had happened, the gist of the question is that this was communicated to the employees, and if that is what is being
Well,
put.
the witnesses denied that, so,
Yes.
so the problem falls away, isn't it?
So-
But Lonmin's counsel was concerned because the impression was being created about Lonmin, which he didn't agree with. Lonmin's stance, as I call it, was we're not prepared to negotiate with people unless they give up their arms.
Yeah.
So we're not prepared to negotiate on the copy.
Outside
We
them.
negotiate in our office and we negotiate with representatives.
Correct.
And there was also a point about the collective bargaining structures. That was their stance, as I remember it.
Thank you, Chairperson.
But anyway, the witness doesn't know anything about that, so your point doesn't even arise.
kuthiwa ke into ethethwayo into yokuba lo ndlela ibeka ngayo ukhawunsela ayenzi kangalo ndlela ngoba iLonmin yathi into yoba izokwazi ukuthi ibambe ingxoxo abantu bengamelwanga kwaye bazawufuneka into yokubana kulandelwe inkqubo apho ke ngoku amaqela amanye wonke azawuthi athathe inxaxheba kodwa ke ngenxa basephendulile naye uMzoxolo kuthiwa ke ngoku utsho into yoba akanalwazi ngaloo nto leyo.
Thank you, Chair. My learned friend for Lonmin is quite right. The position was that Lonmin was not prepared to negotiate outside the collective bargain.
Uyatsho ke umhlekazi ngwalona lento ummeli wakwaLonmin ayithethayo ayitshoyo injalo lo hlobo yatsho ke iLonmin ayinokwazi ukubamba ingxoxo ngaphandle kwamaqela amanye ngendlela enkqubo eqhelekileyo elandelwayo esetyenziswayo.
I think what may be relevant to the point that I think you're making is that Mr. Matundwe reported that he tried to get, he'd spoken to the employer, and my recollection is it was clear from what he had to say that the employer wasn't coming, and if they stayed, there would be very drastic consequences, which he then outlined, which I take it is the direction which you're trying to move.
Well, that's precisely
Kuthiwa
the point, Chair.
waza ke nengxelo ke umhlekazi uMathunjwa noba wayithini umqeshi ngoku isithi yena uzamile uthetha kunye nomqeshi.
The employer had conveyed to people at the copy, not so, that the employer was not going to come and address you.
You mean the employer sent two people?
Well, Mr. Matunjwa conveyed to members on the copy on that day, the 16th, that the employer was not coming.
Wawugqithisa ke ngoku phaa ekopini lo myalezo entabeni umhlekazi uMathunjwa into yokuba umqeshi akazukuya phaa entabeni injalo loo nto?
Hayi, zange ndiyive loo nto.
No, I never heard that being said.
Well, you appear to have selective memory, Mr. Magidiwana. May I take you to, I think I was corrected, it's 0009 or 0009. Is it 0009, which is an excerpt or a transcription of Mr. Matunjwa's address.
Uthi ke ingathi indlela okhumbula ngayo ukhumbule ezithile ezinye zona awuzikhumbuli kodwa ke phala 0009 athetha ngaye kubhaliwe apho wonke amazwi athethwa kumhlekazi uMathunjwa phaya.
I'll take you in particular to, as mine is not paginated, 3 pages from the back. In other words, the third last page.
It is ufundisa ke kanye lijongise pha kunamaphepha amathathu okugqibela ngasemva.
Where the employees is written in bold and there's it is ours with an exclamation mark that's written alongside. Do you see that?
Apho ke ngoku kubhalwe apha mnyama kakhulu employees abasebenzi bathi it is ours ngawethu.
We've ever ascertained whether he can read, and even if he can read, I doubt if he can read something in English. Of course, it's available in easy closer on the left-hand column. But perhaps before you ask him whether he can see something in English on a written document, you should ascertain whether he can read, and B, whether he can understand in English. But it's not material to the point you're trying to make it, I think.
Sorry, Chairperson. Sorry, Mr. Ngalon. Also, this was raised 2 days ago or so. So that the witness is not deliberately misled or confused. The last 2 questions were asked about the second Matunja visit. It must be made clear that this...
I'm quite sure that any misleading would not be deliberate, so I don't think that's...
Yes, no, fair enough.
But the point you make is correct, that what is now being put is a transcript of what was said on the first occasion.
Got it, thank you, Chair.
And it's in fact now common cause that the second speech wasn't recorded, although he probably said, to some extent at least, some of the things he said...
Similar. Thank you.
Bicaciswa ke lonto le into kuba lento ibhaliweyo izinto ezithethwe ngumhlekazi uMathunjwa ngoku waye kokuqala ngoba ngexesha wayeyatyeli lesibini akho nto ke ngoku eyarekhodwayo ngezinto awayezithetha ufuna sicaciso zonto ezo umhlekazi uDalimpofu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can you read, Mr. I take it you can read, Mr. Magidiwana.
Uyakwazi ufunda bawo?
Ewe ndiyakwazi.
Yes, I can read.
And I take it you can read the English language and understand it.
Ndithatha into yokubana nesingesi naso uyakwazi usifunda kwaye uyasazi.
Hayi kunjalo andisazi.
No, it's not like that. I don't know it.
But you can read English.
Kodwa uyakwazi usifunda isingesi.
If he can read the IsiXhosa, and the English is just a translation of the IsiXhosa. So he would say Petro Fonte, let's get back to the original text and not mess around with the translation. Which would be, if that were his attitude, it would not be unreasonable, would it?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I shall read in English, and the translation will be done in Xhosa. It's alongside the English version anyway.
Thuba ke uzawufunda ngesingesi ke mna nzobe ndiyifunda kule ibhalwe ke ngesiXhosa ngapha ngasekhohlo tolikiweyo.
Dityaniswe nesizulu lento.
But it's also mixed with isiZulu.
That's fine, you can understand it. Can't you? You can understand a mix of Zulu and Xhosa, both being Nguni languages, can't you?
Ungaqonda kodwa xa isiXhosa sixutywe nesizulu ngokuba zonke ezilwimi sisinguni injalo lonto.
Ungathetha ke mhlekazi.
You can then talk.
Isizulu mna ndisazi sontshiya naso.
But I am not familiar with Zulu. That is where I will miss. I will not understand.
Well, you'll just translate.
Sorry, isn't the way to do it? The interpreter can read. Counsel will read the English translation. Interpreter can then put to you what was said by Mr. Matunjwa in the original, also Zulu language that he spoke. And if there's something you don't understand about the Zulu part, you can raise that, and then you'll be helped with that.
Kuthi ke usihlalo into yokuba ummeli yena igqwethane lizawufunda ngesilungu thi mna ndizakufundela lengapha xa ndizayitolika kulibhalwe ngapha kuxutyiweyo kodwa apho ungaqondi khona uyawuchaza nje sikucacisele ke ngokuvile bawo.
Ndivile.
Yes, I understand.
Right. Mr. Matunjwa says, Comrade, what I bring to you is that we heard that 12,000 is needed.
Uthi ke umhlekazi uMathunjwa, comrade, into endiyisondeza kunina sizwile ukuthi 12,000 uyafuneka.
You understand that part?
Le uyayiqonda yona?
Ewe.
Yes.
We hear that the employer is not talking about that.
Siyamuzwa umqashi uthi akathethisani naleyo nto.
Konphinda.
Can you repeat?
We hear that the employer is not talking about that. In other words, about the 12,500 rand.
Sivile into yokuba umqeshi ke akathethi ngale 12,500.
Oh.
Oh,
You understand that?
uyiqondile.
Ndiyabova.
I hear you.
That being so, why would the employer come to the copy to address you? Well, let me phrase it this way. If the employer is not talking about the 12,500 rand demand, as Mr. Matunjwa is reporting to you, on what basis, on what reasonable basis, can you expect the employer to come to the copy and address you on that issue of 12,500 rand?
Yena itsho ke ngoku umhlekazi uMathunjwa into yokuba akazimiselanga yena umqeshi into yokuba azothetha kunye nani ngale 12,500. Nina naninolindela njani into yokuba ke ngoku aze umqeshi xa esethethe ngolo hlobo umhlekazi uMathunjwa?
Ndiphendule.
Can I answer?
Well, I asked the question, so
Ibuze umbuzo,
please answer.
khawuphendule bawo.
Lo ndawo bathi abasebenzi nxa ithetha kanjalo.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about workers. You, in person.
Uthi ke akabhekisi kubasebenzi bonke uthetha nawe, uthetha ngawe. Oh.
Ndagqiba ngalokuthi ba andizuya ke nami ke emsebenzini zohlala pha utata abuye.
I also decided that I will also not go to work. I will sit there until he comes back, he returns.
But Mr. Matunjwa has just told you that the employer is not talking about 12,500 rand.
Kodwa ke wawuse uqelelwe ke nguMathunjwa into ba akathethi into akathethi ngale 12,500 umqeshi.
So you must accept that it is unreasonable of you to expect the employer who said categorically, according to Mr. Matunjwa, that he is not talking about 12,500, to come and address you on the very issue that he says he's not talking about.
Naye ke ngokumhlekazi uMathunjwa esithi umqeshi akathethi nga 12,500 ke ngoku yayizoba into engafanelekanga into yokuba nilindele umqeshi azokuthetha nani ekubeni nivile into yokuba akathethi into nge 12,500.
Ewe, sekunjalo babalindele silindele singabasebenzi ngoba badiniwe ukusebenzela ama peanuts.
Yes, it was like that. We had to wait as employees because they were tired of working for peanuts.
You're not answering my question.
Ufuna nithini?
What do you want me to say?
Umqeshi uthi
The employer says,
andithethi nga 12,500 rand naba bantu bahleli pha.
I am not talking about 12,500 rands with these people who are sitting there.
Ndithi kaloku nam
Andikawugqibi umbuzo wami.
I have not yet finished asking my question.
Andizukuthetha nge 12,500 rand naba bantu.
I am not going to talk about 12,500 rands with these people.
Kutsho umnumzana uMathunjwa exelela abasebenzi ngento ayixelelwe kumqeshi.
This was Mr. Mathunjwa talking, telling the workers what he was told by the employer.
Uphaya uyivile lentetho kamnumzana uMathunjwa.
You were there, you heard the words of Mr. Mathunjwa.
I see you nodding, so I take it that's a yes.
Ukubona ke ingathi ke uyavuma ngenhloko ngizawuthatha into ba uthi ewe.
ewe ndiyivile.
Yes, I heard it.
Now, xa umqeshi esithi andizukuthetha nga 12,500 rand,
When the employer says I'm not going to talk about 12,500 rands,
asikho isizathu sokuba abasebenzi bamlinde futhi bathi silinde umqeshi ukuba eze azokuthetha nathi nge-12,500 rand.
Then there is no reason for the workers to wait for the employer to come and address them about the 12,500 rands.
Umhlekazi sicacile sizathu nje kulento.
Oh, sir, but the reason here is clear.
Kuba abasebenzi batsho bathi sidiniwe kusebenzela ama-peanuts makeze kuthi umqeshi.
Because the workers said they are working hard and they are tired of working for peanuts, and that the employer must come to us and talk
Athethe nathi
to us.
singabasebenzi ungumqeshi kuthi makeze kuthi.
We are employees and he is our employer, so let him come to us
Sitsho sibheke enkomeni.
so that we can go back to our employment.
Right.
Zangezeke.
He never came.
Yes, because he said he wasn't going to talk to you about 12,000. Why should he come?
Weke wayenokuzela ntoni ngoba wayesechila into bakazozothetha nge-12,500.
Nabasebenzi babe besitsho konabo asiyike emsebenzini.
And
Sizosala kule
also,
ndawo.
the employees also said that they are not going back to work. They are going to sit in that place. We are going to sit in that place.
Okay. Then Mr. Matunjwa issues a gruesome warning.
Kwabakho ke ngoku esisulumkiso awathi wasenza wasikhupha yena umhlekazi uMathunjwa.
He says, addressing the crowd,
Uthi ke xa ethetha nesihlwelesi,
of which you were part,
isihlwelesi wawukho nawe kuso.
the life of a black person in Africa is so cheap.
Ubomi bomuntu omnyama eAfrika bubomi obuphansi.
I'm in the second last page, middle of the page, sort of 2/3 of the way down.
Okay.
Has my learned friend found the page?
Thank you.
He continues, they will kill us, they will kill and finish us and get others to put them and pay them these salaries that do not do anything in the black person's life.
Uthi ke baya kusibulala basigqibe baphinde futhi bafumane abanye babafaki bababhatale lemivuzo engenzi into ezimpilweni zomuntu omnyama.
There can be no doubt he's talking about the employer, they're not the police.
Ke ngaphandle kwentandabuzo apha ke akathethi ngamapolisa uthetha ngomqeshi kule ndawo.
Because police don't employ anyone at Lonmin.
Ngoba kaloku amapolisa wona awaqeshi mntu eLonmin.
He then says, that would mean we were defeated, but capitalists will be the ones who win.
Uthi ke oko kuzawuthetha into yokuba soyisakele kodwa ke abawinayo izobe ingaba bamakapitali.
But we have a way that you showed us, that here is the way to go.
Kodwa sinendlela senisibonise yona ukuba kufuneke kuhanjwe ngayo.
And he kneels down and begs you to stop this blood.
Waguqa ngedolo ke wacela into yokuba niyekise okanye niyekise eligazi.
He says, we do not want bloodshed, but we want your problems to be solved and get your salaries.
Uthi asifuni igazi liphalale kodwa sifuna ingxaki zenu nemivuzo yenu ifumaneke maqabane.
Now, despite this warning,
Nangona ke wayekhuphe isisulumkiso,
despite the employer having said he's not going to discuss 12,500 with you,
nangona ke nomqeshi wayetshila into bakazothetha nani nge-12,500,
still you remain in the copy.
kodwa naqhubekeka nahlala pha entabeni.
That is not a reasonable thing or prudent thing to do, was it?
Ayinto elumkileyo ke leyo ebeyingenziwa leyo. Injalo lonto.
loo nto zeyilumke kakhulu
That thing was very prudent.
ngoba iright umqeshi lo xesha ngabethi abantu abahambe kulaa ndawo bazohlala pha ebenayo yokubuya afika athi yabona ke ngoku nxa ningabheki emsebenzini ndiyanigxotha hambani.
Because what was right for the employer was for him to come to the employees or the workers and tell them that if you are not going back to your employment, then I'm going to dismiss you.
kungasoke kusitshabalale lizwe ngenxa yalo yomsebenzi.
Instead of the world to be destroyed because of employment.
Your mic is still on. Are you done?
Uqebile bawo.
Ndiqebile.
I am done.
Mhlekazi, umqeshi uthi andizi.
Sir, the employer says, I'm not coming.
bathi abasebenzi asiyi emsebenzini.
And the employees are saying, we are not going back to work.
Umnumzana uMathunjwa uthi hambani apha kungenjalo kuzawuphalala igazi.
Mr. Matunjwa says, leave here. If you don't leave, there will be bloodshed.
Uthi ubomi bomuntu omnyama
He says the life of a black person
bucheap.
is so cheap.
kwaba njalo nyani.
It really turned out that way.
You have at least 2 reasons to leave the copy.
Phofu ke benisenesizathu ezimbini zokuba nihambe pha entabeni.
One is that the employer is not going to talk about 12,500 rand.
Sokuqala sokuba umqeshi akazothetha nge-12,500.
The other
sorry,
is that
Chairperson.
if you don't leave the copy,
sorry,
there will be
Chairperson.
bloodshed.
Sorry, that's another misleading question. This has now moved from the employer is not talking to he's not going to. And my learned friend cannot subtly change the tense of what he was quoting.
Unengxaki lonto uba ufucela into ba mahlale kulanto beyithethe kuqala ngwamavela atshintshe nje u council ungalwana.
I think you must put the quotation in the words of the original quotation and not change things.
Thank you.
Ucela uba ungalwana athethe ke ngqo lamazwi ayethethwa phaya.
Malunga ne 12,500 rand. Umnumzana uMathunjwa uthi umqeshi uthi andithethi nge 12,500 rand.
Regarding the 12,500 rands, Mr. Matunjwa said the employer is saying, I am not talking about the 12,500.
Sisizathu sokuqala eso.
That is the first reason.
Sokuba ningahlali pha nilinde umqeshi.
The first reason for you not to sit there and wait for the employer.
Esesibini isizathu.
The second reason,
Umnumzana uMathunjwa oyinkokheli yabasebenzi.
Mr. Matunjwa, who is the leader of the workers,
Uguqa ngamadolo athi hambani apha kungenjalo kuzawuphalala igazi.
he goes down on his knees saying, leave here, and if you don't leave, there will be bloodshed.
Ngokucacileyo uthetha ngegazi lomuntu omnyama kuba uthi ubomi bomuntu omnyama bucheap.
Clearly, he's talking about a black person because he said the life of a black person is cheap.
Ayiso sinye isizathu eso sokuba uhambe ekopini.
Is that not the other reason for you to leave the copy?
Mhlekazi ndisaphinda ndisatsho futhi isizathu soba bangahamba abasebenzi bamxelela kakuhle uMathunjwa ba Mathunjwa siqetshwanga nguwe siqetshwe ngumqashi makeze kule ndawo sikuyo athethe lento ayithethayo ngoba thina asihamba apha imali singayifumenanga sifuna into etafilini sitsho sibheke enkomeni andikwazi bufuna nithini.
I repeat, sir, the reason why after he said that Mathunjwa we did not leave, in fact, the employees said, let the employer come and then talk to us about this. We are not leaving this place because we are not working for you. We have been employed by the employer. So then say, I don't know what you want me to do.
So then,
Sorry, can I interpose? Sorry. In his second address to you, what did Mr. Mathunjwa say?
Ayebuya ke isihla okwesibini wathini uMhlekazi uMathunjwa.
Nxa kwesibini wathi isimo sibi.
When he came for the second time, he said the situation is bad.
Go on. Why was it bad?
Kutheni ke sasisibi isimo?
Ugqityiwe ngane.
A decision was made regarding you.
Nizobulawe lapha.
You are going to be killed here.
Now, did you not believe him?
Zange umkholelwe.
He had been to see the employer.
Ukumkholelwa naye xa bethetha beningamkholelwanga. Ngoba lento ivele kakuhle kwathiwa akufunwa union. Ngabasebenzi.
Between his first address and his second address, he'd been to see the employers. You not believe him when he said that there's a decision that you would be killed?
What first the witness said earlier on, Commissioner, he said, I did not believe him, in fact, in what he said. By the way, the employees or the workers never even wanted to involve the unions. Ngoku ke usihlalo into ayibuzayo into yokuba ngeli xesha wayezile ngoba waye wawudibana nomqeshi wazi okokuqala waphinda waza isihlandlo sesibini yonke into awayithetha zange umkholelwe na.
Ngoba kwathiwo nakuwe kwathiwa phinda uye nathi asizuhamba apha kule ndawo sizofumana sikule ndawo ya kuyo umxelele ba thina sizuhamba apha sizolinda yena asilo umsebenzi awuxela athi masiye emsebenzini.
Yes, that was also said to him that go back to the employer. We are not going to leave this place. We are not going back to the employment in which he says you must go back to.
But he told you that there had been a decision that you would be killed.
Wanixelela nje into yokuba isigqibo sesithathiwe into yoba nizawubulawa.
Latshwa apho kwigama labasebenzi nesixelela kanjalo sithi nizogqityelwa apha bathi abasebenzi siyose siphelele kule ndawo asizuhamba apha.
It was when he said that, when he said the decision was taken, that the workers said, when Mr. Mathunjwa told us that we are going to be finished off here, they said, we are not going anywhere, we would rather die here.
Ngoba asazi ukuthi umuntu nxa efuna imali uzobulawa asihambi kule ndawo.
Because we don't know that a person who wants money is going to be killed, but we are not leaving this place.
Did you think you might die?
Did
you believe him when he said there'd been that decision?
I never believed that.
Did you not think you might die at all?
No, I never thought about that.
What reason did you have to think that what Mr. Mathunjwa had told you in this regard was incorrect?
Yintoni isizathu ngesiphi isizathu sinazo so esikwenza ubucimbe ucinga ukuba lento ayithetha kuMathunjwa ayiyonyani?
Kungoba bithethwe mhlophe lonto leyo kwaxela uba lento sifuni union sifuna umqeshi uqobo lakhe azosixelela ngokwakhe thina sikule ndawo yilawo nto lebangela ndakholelwa ke ngokuba engakabuyi nje umqeshi ayikho lento ethethwa nguMathunjwa.
Because it was said in black and white that it was said clearly, in fact, that no unions will be involved, and that the employer is the one that was wanted to go there and address the employees. That is then that I saw that, in fact, what Mathunjwa was saying was not true.
Running a big risk, because if Mathunjwa was right, that the decision had been taken to kill you, then you would be stood in danger of being killed that afternoon.
Ke ukuemvani ba ethethe lo mazwi uMathunjwa wawungaboni kuba uzibeka isichengeni uba ngangene engozini yokubulawa xa ethetha amazwi anjalo.
Hayi zeni ngaziboni ndiqaphele ekugqibeleni sekwenakele ndathi amagama ebethethwa uMathunjwa nanga ke.
No, I didn't see it that way, but I realized that eventually when there was that which was happening, which was not good, it is then that I said, here then are the words which were uttered by what Mathunjwa said is really happening now.
So,
Proceed, Mr. Ngulwana.
thank you, Chair. So, subsequent events, you must accept, proved Mr. Mathunjwa to have been correct in his warning to you, not so?
Into ezenzeke emvani ba ethethena noMathunjwa zazibonisa nazo into yokuba lento wayitsho kwisilumkiso sakhe uMathunjwa wayenexelela inyani injalo lonto.
Ewe.
Yes.
So, reasonably speaking, your not believing Mr. Mathunjwa was not reasonable, was it? With the benefit of hindsight.
Naningenesizathu ke sibambekayo sokungamkholelwa uMathunjwa injalo lonto.
Sikhona isizathu.
There is a reason.
And what reason is that?
Yesiphi ke eso sizathu?
Kungoba umbutho ebemele abasebenzi omkhulu lo kanye bengenanyani wona kuqala abasebenzi nxa befuna imfuno zawo.
Because the main union, in fact, that represented the employees, in fact, was untruthful, particularly at the time the employees were putting forward their demands.
Are you blaming Mr. Mathunjwa for that?
Gogo ke usola umhlekazi uMathunjwa ngalonto leyo.
Ndamsola kuba naye ngomnye imibutho.
Yes, I blamed him because he's also one of the unions.
Isona kwenzeka kanti uthengwe ngumqeshi naye.
It could have been that he was also perhaps bribed by the employer.
There is
Sorry, the main union that you spoke about was that the AMCU or the NUM?
Lo mbutho ke umkhulu ubuthetha ngawo ubhekisa kwi-AMCU kanye ubhekisa kwi-NUM.
Ewe, NUM.
Yes, it's NUM.
Mr. Mathunjwa was the president of AMCU.
Ngoku ke wayeyinkokheli ye-AMCU umhlekazi uMathunjwa.
Ewe.
So
Yes.
you couldn't blame him for, in respect of the allegation that you made against NUM, could you?
Bungena ukwazi umsola ke ngezinto ezazithetheka ngenum injalo lonto.
Ndithi kaloku naye ze kum zefana nje nomuntu osirhogosayo ufuna ba sibheke emsebenzini sicheke sithina imali leyo singayifumani emva koko abanye abantu baphelelwe ngumsebenzi imali le ibingafunyanwanga.
I'm saying it's also like those who wanted us to go back to work and that eventually we would lose employment and not even get at the end the money.
Oh, Mr. Mathunjwa.
Mr. Magidiwana, after Mr. Mathunjwa's second visit, there was no other line of communication opened with the employer. Is that correct?
Emva kwento kubana ke ngoku ebuye okwesibini uMathunjwa ayikho indlela yayinobakho into kuba kubekho ke ukuthethisana kunye nomqeshi injalo lonto.
Indlela yokuthethisana nomqeshi zeyikhona.
There was a way to talk to the employer.
Nxa ndizicingela ngokunakwama ndimazi yena zecinga kanjani.
I don't know how he was thinking, but that's how I personally think.
But you weren't awaiting the return of any other person who'd gone off to speak with the employer on your behalf.
Kodwa akekho omnye umuntu ongomnye benimlindile ebehambe wayonithethela kumqeshi beningalindelanga mntu.
Sekungalindelwanga umuntu.
No one was expected.
Ngelo kwalo ebewahamba ungumathunjwa.
Okay?
Ngelo kwa umathunjwa.
According to Matunjwa, who had left.
No, according to you, the strikers, you weren't expecting anyone else to return at that stage with word from the employer after Mr. Matunjwa's second visit.
Emva ke ngoku eze isihlandlo sesibini kuni uMathunjwa akekho umuntu ongomnye ebenimlindele mhlawumbe singathi uthunywe uvela kumqeshi obeza uthetha nani.
Umuntu enambonayo ndamka epha ndayotya mnye kumfundisi ndemka epha upastor.
The only person that I left there at the time I had gone to eat is only the pastor. Is the person who was there when I left.
You're talking about Bishop Siyoka?
Uchoke ba Bishop Siyoka?
Andimazi ke igama lakhe kodwa ndandibone nje yena ndabe ndihamba nami.
I don't know his name, but I just saw him and then went away.
But he never returned. He never returned.
When you say went away, he means himself.
Well, the bishop didn't return.
Zanga phinda buya Bishop kakona.
Hayi andiqapheli ukubuya kwakhe lo mina.
I don't recall him coming back at that day, on that day.
Thank you.
Mr. Magidiwana, there is, of course, a third reason for you to have left the copy when Mr. Mathunjwa issued this warning.
Uthi ke kwakhona esinye isizathu esisesithathu esesinganenza into yokuba nihambe pha entabeni emveni bayikhuphe isilumkiso umhlekazi uMathunjwa.
And you gave that reason early on this morning.
Uye wasitsho ke eso sizathu ke apha kusasa.
Albeit in a different context.
Although
in a different context. In a different context.
But
before we go there, let's take you back to your evidence in chief. You were asked a question by a learned friend about the clicking of weapons, and you were asked what you observed. As a follow-up question, you explained that you participated in the clicking of weapons because it was a form of clapping. Follow-up question was, did people welcome Mr. Mathunjwa with aggression? Do you remember what your answer was?
Ngexesha bubuzwa ke ngumeli wakho ngezixhobo ezi ukubethwa kwazo into ibonileyo wathi wena into abantu bebesebenzisa xa engaqhwaba izandla umuntu avela asebenzisa isixhobo zakhe wakubuza ke ngokwakhona into yokubana abantu babebonakala benoburhalarhume na ngendlela abebesamkela ngayo umhlekazi uMathunjwa. Ngeli xesha ke bubuzwa lo mbuzo ligqotha lakho usayikhumbula impendulo yakho ba uphendule wathini?
Ndiyayikhumbula.
Yes, I remember the answer.
You said people were happy, not so.
Uthi abantu babevuyile. Yes.
People were happy because Mr. Mathunjwa had come to address them and tell them about the latest.
Yes. Yes.
Now, if you are happy for Mr. Mathunjwa to come, does it make sense to you that the person about whose presence you are happy? No, let me start again. If you are happy that Mr. Mathunjwa had come to address you, does it make sense to you that you should distrust that same person you were happy to see come to address you?
I think the word you're looking for is disbelieve.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start again. You said people were happy to have Mr. Matunjwa come and address them.
Uthi ke abantu bavuya xa bebona umhlekazi uMathunjwa ezokuthetha nabo.
Ewe.
Yes.
It doesn't make sense then, you must agree, that you would disbelieve someone you were happy to see come to address you, does it?
Uthi ke ngoku lento into engavakali kakuhle ukuthi lo muntu nimamkela ngezandla ezishushu niphinde kakhona ningamkholelwa kwinto ayithethayo.
Ifanele ungavakala apha kuwe mhlekazi.
It has then to be like that, not to make sense then to you, sir.
Kuba lenhlungu zebehleli kuyo abasebenzi kule ndawo bebehleli kuyo bebengalindelanga ba kukho umuntu ozofika ngela xesha afika ngalo uMathunjwa baqondwa netha kufika uMathunjwa izinto ziyikulungini.
Because of the pain people were going through and where they were seated, and then in such a situation, then when someone like Mathunjwa appeared, then they know or believed that now things are fine. Things are things are going well.
No, sorry. The witness said, izinto ziya ekulungeni.
Utheni bawo?
Izinto ziya ekulungeni.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear him correctly in that one. Things then are about to be fine.
Now, if you had
About to go right.
if you had such high hopes in the emergence of Mr. Mathunjwa, it doesn't make sense for you to disbelieve him, to disbelieve what he tells you.
Ukuba ke ngoku nithe xa nimbona nabanethemba elikhulu ukuthi kakhona animkholelwa ke ngoku iphinde ibe into engavakaliyo leyo kwalomuntu lo nabanethemba xa nimbona.
Unobangela bangakholelwa abantu kuba lo muntu bebemfuna akayezi.
The reason
bebengafuni
why
Mathunjwa abantu bebefuna umqeji.
there was that disbelief is because the people in fact did not want Mathunjwa, they wanted the employer, and the fact that they didn't believe in fact because the person they expected did not come.
But you were happy to see Mr. Mathunjwa come.
Kodwa ekuboneni Mr. Mathunjwa efika. You mean him personally or the whole group?
Him and the entire group.
Wena ke nabanye ekuboneni kwenu Mathunjwa navuya.
Ewe.
Yes.
The simple point, Mr. Magidiwana, is if you are happy to see Mr. Mathunjwa come, it doesn't make sense for you to disbelieve the very person you are happy to see come to address you.
Uthi ke ngoku into engavakaliyo kakuhle engathi ayinacala into yokuba lo muntu nimvuyelayo kakhona niphinde ndingamkholelwa.
Ndiyakuxelela mhlekazi nobangela babamvuyela uMathunjwa kuba izinto bayabona ukuba zizoya ekulungini. uMathunjwa uzoya kule ndawo athunywa kuyo uba makuze umqeji. Zange kuthiwe Mathunjwa sithi ya kumqeji sifuna imali ahlale kulaa ndawo angalingeza apha kuthi. Kwathiwa sifuna umqeji, into siyifunayo sifuna imali, makeze kuthi azothetha nathi uba uthini ngento yemali, sitsho sibheke enkomeni okanye ngesitsho sibheke emsebenzini. Noba uvale indawo yenkomo bhekwe emsebenzini.
What I'm saying, sir, was that because we did not in fact want Mathunjwa, we wanted the employer. Then upon seeing Mathunjwa, we were happy because there was someone that we at least were going to send there. But even though he was also told that the employer should come there, but so that then we could go to work.
I mean, after he left, did the workers on the copy there where you were, did they discuss what he'd said?
Emveni bemkilo ke abasebenzi pha babamba ingxoxo ngalento wayethethe emveni bemkile yena.
Ewe.
Yes.
Who spoke?
Kubani ke owayethetha?
ngabasebenzi.
It's the workers.
Take it, they didn't, all 3,000 of them didn't talk, so it must have been someone specific who spoke, or some people.
Uthakaqonda uba ke yayingaba bantu bonke lo mawaka amathathu babethetha kufuneka kube ukhona ke lo mntu lo yayinguye wayethetha.
Unobangela uba ndithi ewe ngayibe ngabasebenzi ndicinga abantu abagqithileyo ku-2 okanye ku-3 sisininzi eso.
The reason why I'm saying it was the workers who were talking, because I think, what I'm thinking is, if people are 2 or 3, those people are many.
Stan, I'm not disputing that with you. I'm just trying to get clarity. Did any of the leaders of the group speak to you, address the group, after Mr. Matunjwa had gone?
Emveni bayimkile ke umhlekazi uMathunjwa ukhona omnye wenkokheli owathi wathetha nani?
Umuntu wathetha nathi lamini ngumsebenzi ebengumambotshe.
The person who spoke to us on that day was a worker by the name of Mamuchi.
What did Mambush say? Is this after Mr. Matunjwa left?
Wathetha ke emveni ba emkile uMathunjwa.
Ewe.
Yes.
What did Mr. Mambush say? He's Mr. Norkie, isn't he? What did Mambush, Mr. Norkie, say?
Wathini ke umhlekazi Norkie uMambushi lo?
Wathi basebenzi.
He said workers,
funeka nazi uba kule ndawo sihleli kuyo akumnandanga.
You must know that in the position in which we are, it is not nice at all.
Sifuna amalungelo wethu.
We want our rights.
Sifuna imali.
We want money.
Sitsho sondla abantwana bethu.
So that we can feed our children.
Kodwa kungeza abanye abasebenzi baphawule oqonda aba uzophawula bafanele sithini.
If the employees who can come forward and then comment as to what we should do, and they should come.
Beza kabanye tata noxa nje ningabazi amagama abo bethetha.
Certain men then came forward, even though I don't know their names, but they spoke.
Benamagama athi kule ndawo sihleli kuyo.
They were saying, in this place where we are seated,
asizohamba,
we are not living, we are not going to live.
Engakafiki lo mqeshi.
Before this employer comes.
Asixelele ba unantoni.
And address us and tell us what he has.
Siyothi size sihambe sazi ba siphethe ntoni.
We can only live after we know what in fact is there for us, what we have.
Engakafiki nje uyaxoka ke zisezoma ezalantuka zingaqhume ezanqawe zipha kuba sizuya ngamandla wethu la abangali bakuqhumeza nqawe.
So if then he is not coming, we are going to wait, and then those chimneys, the big ones, then there won't be any smoke in those big chimneys, because it is through our strength that there is a smoke coming out of those big towers or chimneys.
Was anything else said?
Ikhona enye into awathi wayithetha.
Ezinye zezinintsi ezinyamsaqapheli.
Yes, there were many other things, but I don't remember others, some of them.
Did anybody discuss what Mr. Matunjwa had said in his statement, that a decision had been made that you would be killed and therefore you must leave the copy? Was that discussed at all?
Ukhona ke umuntu owaza ke phambili wazothetha ngalomba othethwe nguMathunjwa into yoba sesithathiwe isigqibo sokuba nizawubulawa.
Isigqibo esathathwayo sisiba akuhanjwa kule ndawo. Tutu umqeshi ada abuye. Uba ngaba akabuyi lo mqeshi sizohlala kule ndawo sihlele kuyo.
The decision that was taken was that no one is leaving until the employer comes to that place, and that if the employer is not coming, we are not going anywhere, going to sit there.
Yes, I understand that. But you haven't answered my question.
Okay.
Was anything said about what Mr. Matunjwa had stated, namely that there had been a decision taken that you would be killed?
into afuna uyiva into yoba nje besita ukawuphendula umbuzo
akekho watsho ba hey sizobulawa kule ndawo masibalekeni sihambeni zangabekho.
no one said we are going to be killed here, let us flee. No one said that.
Everybody stay after Mr. Matunjwa had spoken and left, or did some people who were on the copy leave?
Emveni bethethe lo mazwi ke umhlekazi uMathunjwa abantu ke baqhubekeka ngokuhlala kuloo ndawo kanye bakhona bamkayo.
Kungoba ke pha abantu bebehleli bephithizela ngokuphithizela bebekhona abanyukayo bekhona abahlayo ngalo lonke ixesha lamini.
It is then because on that day people were busy going up and down.
I understand that. But after Mr. Matunjwa had spoken, and then there'd be these further addresses, firstly by Mr. Norkie and thereafter by the other people you mentioned, did everybody stay or did some people leave?
Emveni bakhe ukemkile uMathunjwa naxa segqibile mhlawumbe ukuthetha yena uNorkie mhlawumbe nabo bathethileyo emveni bakuthetheke izinto sazithethe kanye zazithethwa apho bonke abantu basala kanye bahlala kuloo ndawo kanye bakhona abahambayo.
Emva bemkile uMathunjwa bakhona abahambayo ngobona icingo kuba liyadonswa.
Okay.
Batsho baqalisa babona ba lento ngoku yiyo leqalile ngoku.
There are some who left after Mathunjwa had left because they saw the barbed wire being deployed and they said that yeah, this thing now has started.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. What thing had started?
Intoni ke le yayiqaliswa?
Intoni ayiqaliswa
Le yayiqala
kukubulawa kwabantu.
is the killing of the people.
Had anyone been killed that day by the police at that stage?
Kwakusekho ngela xesha umuntu owayesebulewe ngamapolisa?
Kukubiyela ungathi zinyamakazi abantu kodwa izonyamakazi baqonda ba ngoku kuzokwenziwa lento ibithethwa nguMathunjwa.
It is when people were being encircled as if they were springboks and they said this thing that Mathunjwa said is now starting.
I take it your answer to my question is no. No one had
Ndithatha
been
uba
killed.
impendulo yakho ke kulo mbuzo nguhayi.
My question was, had the police...
Ngoba kuthini?
My question was, had the police on that day, the 16th, at the time they were putting up the barbed wire, had they killed anyone on that day?
Umbuzo wambuthi ke ngeli xesha amapolisa ayitsala olucingo oluhlabayo wayesekhona ngelo xesha umuntu okanye abantu babesebuliwe ngamapolisa.
Sir, Chairperson, I'm sorry, I don't want to be pedantic, but this is very crucial evidence. The Springbok was not mentioned. The word that was used was nyamakazi, asizo nyamakazi, which is a more generic. We're not animals.
Animals, yes. Now that we've got that correct, we can carry on.
Animals.
The greater scheme of things, it is such an insignificant issue. That's why I didn't raise an issue.
See, it's a good thing to strive for. Let's just carry on.
Thank you, Chair. I take it your answer to my question, which was, by the time the police put up a barbed wire on the 16th of August 2012, they hadn't killed anyone.
Into ke oku ethetheka into kubana ngeli xesha amapolisa ayitsala ucingo apha nge16 ayengeka kwakungekabikho umuntu uswelekileyo ngoko kanye ubuleweyo.
Kodwa umuntu onengqondo wonke zezibonele bangoku kujongwe ubulala. Ngoba bebeyidonsa bemile apha emacaleni.
Anyone then any reasonable person could have seen that the intention was to kill because as they were deploying it, they were standing on the sides.
Amanye abe enxiba.
and the others at the same time were wearing
Fake laa nto zigamgam zabo ndingazazi uba zintoni.
and were putting on those big things that I don't know what to call them or what they are called.
Kulapho ke kwabonakala khona uba ukufa ngoku kuzofiwa.
It is then that it was clear that there will be deaths now.
Say that some people actually said Matunja was right. They then believed Matunja, finally, that he was correct, that what he had said was going to happen was going to happen. Is that right?
Othi ke abanye abantu bamkholelwa uMathunjwa bathi lento wayithethe iza kwenzeka nyani.
Emva kuba kwenzeke laa nto sisidutyule wonke umuntu wakholelwa uba uMathunjwa laa nto beyithethe ibiyinyaniso.
Yes, after that thing happened, after we were shot, people then believed that what Mathunjwa said was in fact true.
I understood you to say that they said that when the barbed wire started being unrolled.
Ingathi ke ndikuve usithi baqala ukuyiqonda loo nto ngexesha utsala ucingo.
And you were being boxed in like animals.
Into bebangayifuni abantu kubiyelwa babona masihambe sibheke enkanini kubalekwe kubhekwe enkanini.
Yes, what people didn't want was to be encircled. It was then that they saw that no, they should run or flee to Nkaningi.
Futhi ke njengoba bebiyela bengazi emva kokuba izoba intoni kuzobiyelwa okanye sigityiswe lezivinini na. Yiloo nto bengayazi kwaqomba abantu mabahambe kule ndawo.
And the other thing, they didn't know after the encirclement what was going to happen as to whether they were going to be thrown into the bakkies or the vans. It is then that they decided they should leave then that place.
I understood you to say earlier that when the barbed wire started being unrolled, the people then said that they realized that Mtunja was right, that there was a decision to kill you people.
Uthi ke ngoku ingathi ndikuve usithi abantu bathi bokubona kutsalwa ucingo olo babona banyani uMathunjwa uright sesithathiwe isigqibo sokuba sibulawe ingathi ndikuve uthetha ngolo hlobo.
Ewe.
Yes.
Who was going to kill you?
Ngubani lo wayezawunibulala?
Ngamapolisa laze phambi kwethu.
The police officers who were in front of us.
So why did you run towards the police who were in front of you?
Why?
They were the ones that you thought were going to kill you.
Can you repeat, Commissioner?
Who's asking me to repeat the question, the interpreter or the witness?
Yours.
Why, if you thought the police were going to kill you, the police who were in front of you, why did you run towards them in their direction? Make it easier for you to kill you because you were then closer.
Ukuba ke nancinga amapolisa nyani azawunibulala kutheni ke ukunabalekela phanga kuwo ngelo xesha.
Zange sibalekele ngakuwo mhlekazi. Ngawasondela avala indlela esizohamba ngakuyo. Okanye ke esingazungahamba esizohamba kuyo.
Nanizahamba kuyo?
Ewe, esizohamba kuyo bavala lo ndlela.
We never in fact confronted or went to the police. They are the ones in fact who closed the path or the way on which we were going to walk.
The fact is you were going towards them, they were in front of you, you were going towards them, you were reducing the distance between them and you.
Uthi ke abantu babesiya kubo yayinini ke beyanga kubo ingathi naniphungula lo mgama ongaphakathi kwenu nabo.
Hayi akunjalo ngomhlekazi.
No, it is not like that, sir.
I see. Right. Well, that note we'll take the lunch adjournment.
Abantu zebehamba ngendlela encinci ebheka kule ndlela enkulu ibheka enkanini.
People were walking on the narrow path which was leading to the broad one that is leading to Nkaning.
Chair, on this point, I think we'll take the lunch adjournment.
Si sayotya slambile.
Sorry, Chair, are we back at 1:30 or 2? Are we back at 1:30 or 2?
2 o'clock, because we've got people coming to talk to us about the move or the possible move and the investigation being done in that regard. So we'll be seeing them at lunchtime, so we better make it 2 o'clock.
Sizawubuya ke ngentsimbi yesibini ngo-2.
sonke.
We'll resume. You're still under oath? And I think you're
Ukhumbula uba usephansi kwesifungo mfokabawo. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson, members of the Commission. Mhlekazi, you must accept then that there did come a time during that afternoon of the 16th of August 2012 when you began to believe Mr. Matunjwa. As you've testified, you've said when the police put barbed wire, you then believed that the killing is going to start, something to that effect, correct?
Umbuzo uthi ngale mini mhla ka-16 ku-August kwaba khona ixesha phaya ngoRhatsha apho namkholela khona uMathunjwa kokuba le nto beyithetha xa sekudlalwa ucingo phaya kokuba ingahle yenzeke le nto abethethe ngayo.
Ewe.
Yes.
So the reasonable thing to do then would have been to leave the copy, not so?
Andithi into yayifanele ukuba niyenze ngelo xesha okwakuyiyona into yayizobonisa ulumko ukuthi nihambe ngelo xesha. Uhambe wena.
Mhlekazi seyinto efana bayenziwe ngelo xesha kokuthetha kwakhe kodwa ke abasebenzi bebehlose ukulinda umqeshi kuba befuna le mali.
That was what was supposed to be done according to what he said, but the workers had been expecting the employer about the question of money.
No. You said Mr. Matunjwa warned you that if you don't leave, there's going to be bloodshed.
Andithi thiwanixelisa umfoka Mathunjwa kokuba ebafondini xa ngihamba apha kuzoba khuphalele igazi.
Ndivumelana nawe mhlekazi.
I agree with you, sir. He said so.
So when the barbed wire was rolled out, you then believed Mr. Matunjwa?
Uthe ngeli xesha ke sebadonsa olucingo namkholelo kokuba le nto beyithethwa uMathunjwa ngabayinyani.
Ewe.
Yes.
About the bloodshed?
Kokuba ngahle kube khuphalele igazi apha.
Ewe.
Yes.
Why didn't you then leave? Because the bloodshed was about to happen according to your belief.
Ngoku ke usuyikholele le nto ukuba ingahle yenzeke le nto phalo lo igazi apha. Yintoni ungahambanga ke ngelo xesha?
Hayi bo mhlekazi bendisitsho nje babendihamba bavala indlela.
As I was saying, sir, I was on my way out when they closed the road.
Basikhwija ngamanzi.
They then started spraying us with water.
Sasuka kule ndawo besohamba ngakuyo sajikela ngapha sabhekela.
We turned away from the direction in which we were going, turned the other way, najikela.
Ngasemhlanje.
We turned towards the crawl.
Kanti le ndawo kanye nyani bazosivalela kuyo singaxaxa kona kuphuma.
That is exactly where they managed to close us up, that we could not go out.
There were numerous directions to which you could go
Beziziningi izindlela benephuma ngazo phaya ndithi
to leave the copy.
nisuke phaya entabeni.
Uyakubo ebheke enkanini.
The road was in
Zezi zimbini sihambe ngazo. Ukuba ngabe unayo enye oyaziyo ongandixelela.
It's only the two that we decided to take. If you know of any other road, then you can tell me.
And I take you to slide L191.
Masiya apha ku 191 kule mfanekiso. Nangu 191 yambona?
Ndiyambona.
I'm looking at it.
Do you see where the Nyalas are stationed?
Andithi yazibona pha ihipho abazikhona
In
inyama.
a straight line.
Ewe.
Yes, I can see them.
That is where the barbed wire was deployed, correct?
Andithi kulapho abafaka khona ucingo.
Ewe.
Yes.
You, in your words, dashed in that direction, correct?
Wena ke ngamazwi akho na abaleka nisiya kwelo cala.
Ewe.
Yes.
You know what dash means?
yazi lento ayithetha idesho kokuba kusuka nje ngespeed niqonde kuloo ndawo.
Ndikucacisile mhlekazi.
I have-
Thina bendithoka sekuqaleni bathina bantu bachekelayo abanye nabanye bachekelayo pha. Kwachiye kwathiwa masingabaleki asenzanga nto masihambeni sitshwe ingoma. Yaba njalo ke kusitshwe ingoma ucula ingoma.
I have explained earlier, say that we were told not to run, but to go to walk whilst the singing is going on. We're encouraged to sing, not running.
You know what to dash means?
Should I be right by saying dash is by going there fast?
Ukubaleka mhlekazi ndifuna ukucacisela elixetsha kugityiselwa siphoso ngamanzi sabaleka kuloo ndawo sabheka phuma ngakodwa sabe siyazi ba indawo yophuma inye yileya ingasebuhlanti sibheka ngakuyo kanti ibona sebejikele ngapha bafoli line.
We started running only when they started spraying us with water. We turned around the crawl, and in doing so, they had already gone on the other side of the crawl in front of us.
Did you tell that to your lawyers, that the reason you started running was because water was being poured on you?
Uye wamxelela ummeli ukuba isizathu esenza okokuba niqala ukubaleka ngeli xesha benitshila ngamanzi.
Zange nimxelele.
No, I did not.
Why not?
Yintoni ndimxelela ngaloo nto?
Ingaki into ezendizithetha sezininzi la mina.
Because there are so many things that I had to explain.
It is an important aspect of your version.
Andithi le yinto ebalulekile kweli bali lakho.
Ewe ibalulekile nayo.
It is important, yes.
And so you must accept that you should have told your lawyers about it.
Ufanele uyibone le nto kokuba ibalulekile le nto uba mandimbalisele okokuba saqala ukubaleka xa kwenzeka oku.
Andithi mhlekazi njengoba nawe undibuza unemini ezinye izinto ungazibuzi uzibuze ngenye imini.
As you are asking me questions now, say, is it not true that you ask certain things today and then some other day you ask other things that you did not ask the day before?
In your statement, you say the trigger for dashing was the deployment of barbed wire.
Uthi kwi-statement sakho into eyenza okokuba nisuke apho ke ngesantya esiphakeme xa nibona befaka olucingo.
Mhlekazi andithi unezinto obane uzibuze ngenye imini nawe ungazibuzi ngemini enye.
Is it not true that on certain days you ask certain things and not ask everything on the same day, the others you ask later?
That is irrelevant. I'm not going to answer your question.
Andinawuphendula ke lo mbuzo wakho ngoba uphathelene nanto endixelayo.
Please answer my question.
Khawuphendule lo wam umbuzo mhle.
In your statement, you say
Statement sakho
the trigger for your dashing in the direction of Nganeng was the deployment of barbed wire.
uthi into eyenza okokuba nisuke apho ke ngesantya xa nibona befaka olucingo lunameva.
Now you saying under oath
Ngoku use uthi ke apha ufungile
that it was because the police shot water at you.
uthi amapolisa abenidubula ngamanzi kwaba ileso sizathu.
One of them is incorrect. Which one is it?
Ngoku kwezingxelo zimbini enye ayiyonyani ngeyiphi engeyona inyaniso?
Hayi yaziwa nguwe bakho nyani kule nto ndiyithethayo.
Only you know that there is no truth in what I'm saying.
Ngoba amanzi zefakwa sibhekele sibaleke kuloo ndawo siphindele endleleni leya iyenkanini.
There was spraying of water which made us turn and towards the road that would lead us to Nkaneng.
Which version, Mr. Magidiwana, should the commission believe?
Uthi kwezingxelo zakho zimbini eyiphi ngoku iCommission ekufanele ithathe njengenyaniso?
Should the commission believe that you dashed because barbed wire was deployed?
Uthi nasuka apho ngesantya esiphakeme xa nibona ucingo olulufakwa ikanene?
Or should it believe that you dashed after you were sprayed with
Le nto ndiyithetha uyaqala uyiva namhlanje.
Ene nafaka isantya ngeli xesha benitshila ngamanzi. Uthi le nto ayithetha uyaqala ukuyiva namhlanje?
Le nto ndimna ndiyithetha uyaqala uyiva namhlanje.
What I am saying now, is it the first time that you are hearing this?
Which version must the commission believe?
Mbuzo kukuba kwezi nkcazelo zimbili yeyiphi commission ekufanele iyamkele.
Ezinto endizithetha zinto ezisenzeka pha.
What I'm telling this commission are things that happened there.
So in other words, you refuse to pin your colors to the mast.
Ngamanye amazwi ke awuthanda ukuba ubeke umno uthi ndime apha.
Apho ndimakhona kule ndawo ndifikelele kuyo ndafela ngakuyo pha ngasendleleni. Kulapho ndamakhona ke kuba ndamela ndawela ngasendleleni.
I am pinning to where I actually fell there along the road, where apho wafela khona, where I died.
So you're refusing to answer my question.
Awuvumi ukuphendula umbuzo lo wakhe.
Ufuna ndithini? Endiba ndikuphendule lo mbuzo wakho.
In answering your question,
I want you to answer my question. Which version is the correct version?
Chairperson, I'm sorry. Mr. Ngalwana is, he must clarify this question. If he's suggesting that the dashing that is being referred to in the statement is synonymous to the running in reference to the water, then he'll be right that there is an inconsistency. But if it is not, or rather he must lay the basis to say that that is the same thing. Otherwise there's no inconsistency. Just wasting time.
futhi makayichaze ivakale lento kokuba xa ethi dash phakamisa isandla noma ukubaleka ngeli xesha kugalelwa amanzi uthi makayicacise kokuba uthetha nini xa kusenzeka ntoni.
Say to the objections, Mwana.
Chairperson, my learned friend should refrain from...
That's not an answer to the objection. When he does that, I get cross with him. I'd be cross with you too now. So don't do that. When there's an objection, you've got to answer it. Just as the same applies to him, applies to you too. Just answer the objection. If you've got a good answer, I'll disallow the objection. If you haven't, I'll allow it.
Chairperson, the witness says, on the one hand, well, in his statement, he dashed in the direction of Nganeng. And that dashing was triggered by the deployment of wire, barbed wire. Now, he says he dashed because water was sprayed on them.
No, that is
What
not
I'm
true.
asking him
That is not true,
is
Mr.
which
Ngalwana.
version
What the
is
witness
correct?
said is that...
Mr. Porford, please behave yourself.
Okay,
He's
thank
still
you,
busy addressing me.
I'm sorry,
When
Chairperson.
he's finished, I'll
Yes,
give you an opportunity
thank you very much. Sorry,
to reply, because it's your
Mhlekazi
objection.
Ngalwana.
You have the right to reply.
I apologize, Chairperson.
Uyichaza ngolo hlobo kokuba umahluko uphi kwezintetho ezimbini. Kokuqala uthe waphakamisa isandla xa ubona kondlalwa ucingo luhlabayo. Okwesibini wathi xa nichilwa ngamanzi.
All I'm asking him is, which version must the commission believe?
Uthi ngokwezinkcazelo ezimbini ke umbuzo wakhe ukuba ufuna okokuba i-commission lena ikholele eyiphi inkcazelo.
Did he dash because there was a barbed wire put up, or did he dash because water was sprayed on him?
Nanenziwa ukufakwa kocingo olu okokuba nize nisuke apho ningxamile ikanene ngeli xesha nichilwa ngamanzi.
Ndiza kucacisela
I will explain this to you,
ukwekwenzeka kwayo loo nto.
how this thing happened.
Sisuke njoba kuculwa ingoma.
We left because they were singing. Whilst they were singing,
kuhanja ngalendlela incinci iyodibana kulena enkulu isuke eMarekana ibheka emkhukhwini.
we were walking along the smaller path, which would have led us to the main path that leads to the to the Nkaning settlement.
Nxa sizofika ngakulo lantuka ngasendleleni yabe ikhaleza ihipo le idonsa icingo yokugqibela.
Before we reached the road,
Ivala
the Casper that was pulling the last barbed wire then started putting on speed
ivala lendawo idibanela kuyo indlela ubheka uyotsho ngaselantukeni ngasebuhlanti.
to close the gap that was open where we were going to go through to reach the road.
Sithe nazo sifika ngakulo ndawo nje beyivala yabe amanzi nawo ekhwijwa kwababale kwabantu ukubheka uqweso ukuthi ubheka ngaselantukeni ngasegageni uphuma baphinde bajikela
It was at that stage when we reached the the gap that they had closed, that at the same time the water was sprayed and the people then started rushing to go beyond the crawl.
Ukuyeka kwawubani khwija abantu bephinde badibane batsho kwalento inye lanto bebeyicula lo ngoma bebeyicula.
After the spraying of the water, the people would once again come together and continue with the song they were singing.
Bathe nxa bezovela bangasebuhlandi yaqalisa yatsho imbumbulu.
When they appeared on the other side of the crawl, that was when the firing started.
Ndigqithile kuloo ndawo ningazabe ndigqitha kanjani okwabantu bebemile bebayi-2 bephethe imipu.
I went past that place. I don't know how I managed to, between 2 people who had guns and were shooting.
As
I was looking ahead of me, there were others, many who were shooting, and that is where I fell.
I
do not know what it is exactly in what I have now explained that you don't understand so clear.
I shall move on. I referred you to slide L191.
I'm looking at it.
There is a path that runs across in front of the 2 copies. In parallel to the Nyala barbed wire line.
I see it, yes.
It joins up with another path across it.
Where is the meeting, sir?
Between the 2 copies, there is a path that runs there down towards the crawl.
There's quite a number of paths visible on this slide. Which one exactly is it?
Look at the path that runs across from 330 meters past 80. It runs across towards the bottom of that picture.
Oh, it must jonge le esuka ku 330 meters eqitha pha ku 80 usho le isihla apha. Uyayibona? I see that one, yes.
Then there is a path that crosses it. You see that?
Kukho indlela eqitha phezu kwale. Uyayibona le? I see it, yes.
You dashed, your group, led by Mr. Noki, Mambush, dashed towards where that pole is. Do you see where the pole is? Where 80 is, if you look behind, there's a yellow arrow that points both ways. Slightly to the left of that arrow, you will see
a pole apha uthi xa usuka kulo 80 uya ngapha kulo mkhonto ekugqibeleni kwayo apha kukho ipole eli. Uthi wena ke nalicela lakho okwakukhona uNoki uMambush kulo nabaleka nahamba nisiya kulo xa. Going towards the pole.
Yes, in the vicinity of that pole.
Uthi suka apha nisiya.
That's where you dashed for the first time.
Kulapha ke nasuka khona seniphakamisa isantya.
Icingo elixetsha senza loo nto liphi?
Where was the barbed wire at that time?
You dashed in that direction towards that pole, near that pole, for the first time, as the barbed wire was being deployed.
Niya kukolo cingo xa inqele ze barbed wire ziseza.
Saza sathini ke ungagqithi ngapha kwecingo?
Now why did you not go through where the wire was to be deployed?
Is there any path near that pole going in the, I suppose, the westerly direction?
Uthi ngoku xa ulapha kweli bhala kukho indlela ekhombisayo lana esiya entshona.
Bendicela kancinci ndicaciselwe kulo bhuti bekade belapho ba uyandohlula apha esiXhoseni sakhe.
May I ask for permission that the former interpreter comes, whose Xhosa I understand better?
I don't think that's necessary. I understand the problem with the present interpreter's interpretation, which I understand is of a very high standard. But I will speak to my co-commissioner, Advocate Tukota, who is himself a Xhosa linguist, and get his views on the matter.
Umhlekazi uTokota yamona uhleli ngale. Sazigqithi isiXhosa. Nabameli abaninzi ababayasizwa isiXhosa gqitha yintoni lo ngayiva esiXhoseni sami.
Mr. Tukota, who is himself a Xhosa linguist, says he sees no problem with Mr. Mhlangu's interpretation. Mr. Mhlanga, you're also a Xhosa linguist.
Basithetha isiXhosa.
Amongst your many other accomplishments. What do you say about this request?
I would rather not comment on the request, but say perhaps where there's a need, we may assist, Mr. Chairman.
That's the answer. Mr. Mhlangu,
I welcome that very
I don't
much.
want to insult him by sending him away, because as far as I know, there's no problem with his interpretation. If there are nuances of meaning and so on, where there's disagreement, we have the advantage that we have Mr. Mpofu, who speaks isiXhosa, and Advocate Mhlanga as well, and Advocate Kota. And so if there are points upon which...
Abantu asazi isiXhosa apha mfokabawo. Madlanga, Mtatu Mpofu.
Yes, and Mr. Ngubana, I intended no disrespect by leaving him out. So if there's any point upon which there may be differences about the interpretation, I'm sure these four gentlemen will assist us to get the right interpretation.
Xa kukho ingxaki into ongayivisisiyo utsho xa kukho ingxaki endinayo baza kundinceda apha mhlawumbe ngezwi elithize ndingalivisisi. Yintoni ke le ungayivanga?
Ndimncethetha ndimva kakuhle mna isiXhosa sakhe asiqinanga apha kum.
I do not understand his Xhosa so well. His Xhosa is not that strong.
I don't think he's referring to me, Chairperson.
No, referring to the interpreter.
Yeah.
May I continue?
With the previous interpreter, there were arguments about the correct interpretation. So I don't think that there's any reason to change. As I said, if there are problems, something the witness can't understand, he can explain it. If there are difficulties with interpretation, which the four gentlemen to whom I've referred think should be brought to my attention, then I'm sure they'll do so. So let's carry on as we are at the moment.
Njengoba sisho kho ama-advocates amaninzi apha azi isiXhosa mfokabawo. Xa kukho ingxaki baza kusinceda.
Chairperson, I accept the assignment that the chairperson is giving us. What I do want to say is that my inclination would have been to listen to what the witness's preference is. And I also accept Mr. Mhlangu's interpretation is not necessarily incorrect, but I do think that there are some subtle differences between the other interpreter whose original language is Xhosa, and maybe that's the witness is more comfortable with him. Mr. Mhlangu, as it happens, is a multilinguist, much more than the other interpreter. But I think when it comes to this particular language, the witness prefers the other. Yeah.
Of course, it's a bad principle, a bad precedent to allow witnesses to dictate who should be the interpreter. But one of the things that influenced me to make this ruling I did was that when the previous interpreter was interpreting, there were also arguments about points of language and nuance and so on. So anyway, we fortunately have a safety net of the four of you gentlemen who will help us if there's a problem. And if the witness has a problem, he can tell us. So let's carry on.
Uthi umhlekazi sizaqhubeka mfokabawo noba besisho umhlekazi uMpofu kokuba le toliki ibikhona apha ngumXhosa ngokuzalwa isiXhosa sayo mhlawumbe siva bhetele kodwa ngoba khona abantu abaninzi ababathetha isiXhosa sizaqhubeka nje xa kukho ingxaki utsho kokuba andikuva apha na apha bakwazi ukusinceda bona.
Kulungile.
Thank you.
Mr. Magidiwana, just turn to slide 209. Perhaps this will...
Masize apha ke mfokabawo ku 209. Abona lo mfanekiso. 209. I'm looking at it, sir.
Can you indicate which way Nganeng is?
Xa ujonge lo mfanekiso, inkaningi ikweliphi icala?
enkanini inga le lanto ibheka ingapha kule ndawo inelanto nomkhukhu.
Towards the place where there is towards the place where there is one shack that is in the northerly direction where next to the N is.
So in other words, in the direction of where the N depicting north is. Is that correct?
Apha kolathe khona lo mkhonto oku N kweli cala. Ilapha inkaningi?
Ya indlela ebheka khona leya.
Yes, that's a road leading to Nkaningi.
Now, I take you back to slide 191.
Masiphinde umva kancinci size apha ku 191.
You
Low
see
one
where
line.
the lamp, I don't know whether it's a lamp post or it's a post of some kind. If you look at the number,
ibhala ndazi noma ele light noma elantoni uyalibona?
if you look at the line in yellow, well, the number, it's written 80 meters.
Yabona apha kubhalwe khona 80 meter kukho lo mgca.
Ndiyayibona.
There is an
Yes,
arrow,
I see it.
There is an arrow pointing across the page. You see that?
Bese kubakho umbala ophambana nalo.
The yellow arrow, the smaller yellow arrow next to 80 meters.
Lo oyelo apha ku 80 meters.
Ndiyawubona.
I can see it, yes.
Now, to the left of that arrow,
Apho phelela khona apha xa ujonga ngasokholo.
in the direction of the 100 meters,
Xa usiya kulo 100 meters.
you'll see there's a little lamp post there.
Uyabona kukho ipalu elide apha. I see it, yes.
You can see that post.
Uyalibona? I can see it, yes.
You deny that you attempted to dash in that direction?
Uyayivumekana nayikhanyela uyayiphika into yokuba nasuka apha nisiya kwelo cala.
Ngamampunge lawo.
That is, if I may use the word nonsense.
Can I just try, before I go on to the next question, just orientate ourselves here?
Masithi ke ukuzikhumbuza phambi kokuba ndiye kwiphuzo elilandelayo.
At 209, that path that runs across the page,
Asiza apha ku 209 kukho indlela esuka apha uyayibona ihamba lonke elikhasi. I see it.
past the top of the crawl,
Igqitha apha ngasentla kubuhlanti obu. Yes.
Lisuke eMarikana.
That is the road from Marikana.
and then continues towards the N sign depicting north.
Kubekeke kanjalo isiya phaya ku N lo vele phaya.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
You saying that is a path to Nganeng.
Uthi le ndlela isiyenkanini? Eyenkanini, ewe. Yes.
If you go to slide 191,
Xa siza apha ke ku 191,
the path that runs between the two copies towards the crawl, that is the same path as you find in 201 leading to Nganeng, not so?
anti indlela obothetha ngayo ngale ku 209 yiyo le esuka apha le isiya enkanini. That is the road, yes.
Right. Now, going back to that lamp post on 191,
Asiphinda lapha ke kule pali leli.
you're saying
Electric.
you're denying that you crossed in the vicinity of that lamp post. Is that correct?
Uthi ke ayiyonyani into yokuba nagqitha apha kule pali ekuhambe ekusukeni kwenu pha entabeni.
Kubani bethe ugqithe kulapha?
Who said we went past that pole?
Police say you attempted to dash.
Ngamapolisa
Yeah.
athi nazama nenza inzame zokuthi nigqithe apha.
Are you denying that?
Yayikhani loo ntetho?
Ndifuna ukucacisela njengalandlela bendithetha ngabe ndithendla ukucacisela nongaqondi.
I said I'm going to explain to you. As I've said earlier, I'll explain to you if there's something you don't understand.
Kulo ndawo kwenziwe kuyo 8 meter.
Where the-
Umgca ulapha ngentla kancinci.
80 meters is, and at the end of the yellow,
Aba bantu bebepha kulaa ntaba epha phezulu.
towards the right-hand side, there are people on top there.
Baye behla kulaa ntaba.
Those people came down the hill
Njengoba kuqaliswa kudonsa icingo.
whilst the barbed wire was being deployed.
Kwagugudwa.
People were then moving.
Nxa kuzofika kule ndlela incinci lo ibonayo apha le.
As you see, the smaller road is pointing at the road. Lihamba.
Yeah.
That is looks like a footpath at the end of the line marked by 330.
Kulapho bajika khona abasebenzi
the
befuna
southern
uyongena kule ndlela ke ngokwenkulu.
This is where the people turned off to go and join the main road.
Yayeke ihippo njengoba bezithe straight yaphinde yaxesa.
As the hippos were standing there straight, it pulled in front.
Sorry, when it says yaxesa, it means it deviated from that straight path. Yeah.
The hippo that was coming deviated. Uthi njengoba yayiza yabe sixesha.
Yeah.
Yes, indicating towards the right.
I don't see where you are referring to.
Asiyibona le ndawo uthetha ngayo. Khawuchaze futhi.
Uyalibona icingo apho ilandule lo mgca apho uqale khona.
You see the white arrow, that is the one with 330 meters, where it starts. Upper go N. Towards the N. Ewe, khawuchaza.
Uyalibona apho kuphele khona lapho ngule ndawo enehippo.
I'm referring now to the other side of that white line.
Yes,
where
ma'am.
there's a hippo between the
Where's
end
his
of
bambi?
the two. There's a hippo in front.
Continue.
Ewe.
Lapho ke laqala khona uxesa khona ke icingo labheka ngasebusandi.
That is where the turning of the barbed wire that was being pulled was then directed towards the crawl.
Lalixesa ke zebesibona sizohamba ngalenze songena kulandlela.
And the reason for the deviation was that they realized we were heading in that direction.
Amanzi uqale kwetholakala phaya kulandawo ndizikhomba kweza ndawo ndizikhombayo.
It was at this place that I've indicated that they started spraying us with the water.
Babhekela abantu. Beza apha kule ndawo.
People then left there, heading westwards, as it indicates. There's up. That is towards the number 191, which indicates the slide.
Baphindela baya kule ndawo enendlela engasebusandi apho uzojoyina khona kule ndawo kule ndlela ibheka enkanini straight.
And from there, they turned towards the road that would have led them to Nkaning settlement.
Ile ndawo ndithi bathe nxa bevela kwabe sekukhala embumbulu. Amapolisa sesondele.
That's when they appeared, that the police were at that stage near, and then
ukujikela kwethu phangasebusandi.
the shooting started. That was just when we turned across the crawl.
Le ndlela siyithathileyo ke le ibheka ngasebusandi ufuna nokucacisele yona isuka apho kutyela khona inkomo endleleni emasimini.
Let me further explain to you that the road that leads towards the crawl starts from the veld there where the cattle are grazing.
Kodwa apho idibana khona idibana kulandawo kule ndlela le ibheka enkanini idibane lapha.
But it comes to meet with the road that leads towards Nkaning.
Leno ndithi ke kuwe ibingekho enye indawo yohamba ngele kwezandlela zimbini saye sahamba ngazo
That is why I'm saying this
savalwa
way.
ngamapolisi.
That's why I'm saying these were the only two roads that we could use towards Nkaning,
Yavalwa ngamapolisi.
which was then closed by the police.
None of which answers my question.
Yonke lento buyithetha ke uthi ayiphendule umbuzo wakhe umhlekazi.
Ufuna
Are
ndiphendule
you
kanjani?
denying?
How should I respond to the question?
Are you denying that your group, the front group, you yourself said you were the front group, are you denying that the front group sought to dash in the direction of that lamp post?
Uyayikhanyela na into yokuba iqela eli owawukulela liphambili lazama okokuba liye apha ngakule bhali endikubonise lona.
Kakule ndawo ndikhombisa kuyo mhlekazi. Ukuba ngaba bekunjalo ngebe khona abantu abangapha kwecingo.
If we took the way in which we showed you, if it was as you say, there could have been people on the other side of the fence.
Into ezanyiweyo kugqitha ecingweni lantukeni ngapha kuyihipo kuba kukhokhelwe ihipo zigqithe kuzo. Yasichiya ke ngoba yayikhaleza yafika yavala icingo.
What we tried to do was to go through the opening which still was there, but the hippo was too fast and then came in front of us and closed the opening.
Shall I take it you deny that your group sought to dash towards the lamp post?
Thatha kokokuba awuyivumi uyayiphikisa lento yokokuba iqela eli lakho lazama ukusuka apha lisiya apha ngakule bhali.
Nxa kunjalo ngela ligqithile.
If it is
Kuloo
so,
ndawo.
then they would have gone past there.
So you're denying my proposition?
Uyayikhanyela lento ndiyixela uba ayenzekanga ngolo hlobo.
Ewe.
Yes.
Now take you to slide 198.
Masiye apha ku 198. Yambona 198?
You see where that lamp post is?
I'm looking at 198, eh?
Yes. Do you see where that lamp post is?
Uyalibona ke elibhali ndithetha ngalo likuphi?
Ndiyalibona.
I can see it, yes.
It's the same lamp post as the one in 191.
Lilo ke elibhali elivele phaya kulo mfanekiso u191.
Unyanisile le.
Yes, that is true. It is that pole.
You see where the front group is trying to go?
Uyabona eliqela eliphambili lizama ukuyaphi?
Ndilibona kakuhle.
I can see very clearly.
Is it not close to the lamp post?
Alikho
In that
kufuphi
direction?
nepalo elilogesi?
Hayi likho kufuphi.
No, it's not close.
Is that group not trying to dash?
Ipali ngentla thina singezantsi.
The pole is on the upper side, we are on the lower side.
Is that group not attempting to dash past that post?
Le group lena ayizama okokuba igqithe ngesantya kule nantsika kule
So,
post.
Chairperson, once again, I don't want to be pedantic, but the proposition that was put to the witness was that they were dashing towards the post, and now he's being asked whether they're dashing past the post.
Uthi beyivezileke lo mntokazi mhlakabomvu bekuthiwe beniya kweli yabhali niyogqitha kulo kodwa umbuzo awusenjalo ngoku.
And you see that the front group is dashing in the direction of that post and past it?
Mhlekazi.
Uyabona okokuba le group ephambili icele eliphambili lidesha liya ngakulo bhali libagqitha.
Aba bantu basecaleni ngasehipini ukuba ngaba bebefuna ugqitha nge loqala uphange bheke phaya waqabela straight endleleni akaqabelanga straight endleleni uyaguguda lento bendiyithetha.
No, the position is these people are not near the pole, they are on the other side of the vehicle. If the person in front wanted to go that way, he could have gone straight to the pole and went through there.
Mr. Magidiwana, if you look at the slide 191,
Muthi xa siphinde umba ujonge apha ku 191.
the path that leads, that you say leads to Nkaneng, is nowhere near that lamp post, is it?
Uthi lindlela uthetha ngayo ukuba iya enkanini ayikho kufuphi kunale pali ikude nepali eli kunjalo.
We could.
That's correct, it's far from the pole.
And therefore, you wouldn't reach that path that you say is going towards Nkaneng by going in the direction of the lamppost.
Uthi ngoku xa nisuka apha nisiya kweli pali akuyondlela yenkanini leyo beningeke nifike kule ndlela yenkanini.
Ilento ndithi lento uyithethayo ayiyo.
That is exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying what you are putting to me cannot be true. Say something else.
Well, it's pretty clear that if you are going in the direction of that lamppost and seeking to go past it, you are leaving the road that you say, or the path that you say is leading towards Nkaneng behind you.
Uthi ke xa inyanzo lento kokuba nasuka apha nisiya phaya kule pali beniyeka ngasemva lendlela othi wena nanifuna yona eya enkanini.
Or to your left.
Apha ngasesandleni sokholo.
Lendlela ivelile kule unikhombise yona.
This road
pali unikhombisa yona yabona apha ngakulo 8 meters singentla kancinci kula pali.
As you can see, when you look at slide 191 and you look to the mountain, we are a bit past the pole that you have mentioned to.
One of the problems I've got with the proposition you're putting is that it's difficult sometimes to interpret photographs accurately. But if you look at 198, what you see is the group of people appear to be passing, going along in a direction which is to the left of the pole, following the direction they were going, and between them and the pole is at least the width of the Inyala, and it's difficult to see from the photograph what the distance was between the pole and the Inyala. So
If you then
go back to 191, you will see that there is a path, as you pointed out, which is, again, if one's facing in Nkaneng, I suppose, with one's back to the Kopi, when we talk about the left side, there is a path some distance to the left from the pole. Now, how that relates to, firstly, the width of the Inyala, secondly, the distance between the Inyala and the pole on the one side, and then the width of the group of people isn't quite clear. So I think just to say that if you look at 198, the people were going towards the pole, without having regard to the factors I've mentioned, could lead to misunderstanding and possibly confusion on the part of the witness.
May I refer him, Chair, to a slide that seems to show this much clearer, and that's slide 160. 160.
160. Nanku 160. I can say it, yes?
When you and your group dashed in the direction of that pole or in that vicinity, you were not on that path that runs across past the crow, were you?
Uthi ngeli xesha nisuka nithi ndifuna ugqitha phaya nale qela wawukulo naningekho kule ndlela egqitha phaya kule pali. Kunjalo naninguphi?
Lapho uxawa khona ngesixhosa sakho tata ndiyabhideka ngophela unicacisele kakuhle.
Into ongayiva ngoba. Uthi if the question would be repeated again.
Well,
says,
let me rephrase it. You moved from where there is an intersection here, right at the bottom of the two copies.
It's on slide 160.
You moved from slightly the right of that intersection.
The right
This
is one,
side of the
sorry
path.
to interrupt you. That's the right as facing in Nkaneng.
The right is facing Nkaneng, what he says.
Yes.
And so, to get to the vicinity of that pole, you would have had to cross the path in front of you. I'm not talking about the path that you say leads to Nganeng. I'm talking to the path that runs across the two copies. Are you with me?
Uthi kukho indlela egqitha kwizintaba ezezimbini. Uthi ngoku nina nali kweli cela kuze nifike ngapha kwakufuze nigqithe kule ndlela. Uthi le phakathi kwentaba ezezimbini. Kuze niyofika phaya ngakule bhali.
You're referring to the path which has got a group of people on it who have a red circle around them.
That's the one, Chair.
Kukho aba bantu aba nale ring ebovu uthi uthetha ngabo bantu.
Ewe ndiyabona abantu.
I can see the people in the red ring, yes.
That is the group in which you were.
Andithi kulapha kule qela wawukulo.
Ewe.
Yes.
That is the Noki group.
Le kwakuyiqela lika Mambush.
Lalingelo qela lika Mambushi la ingabasebenzi.
This was a group of workers and not Noki's or Mambush's group.
Mambush was in that group.
If we're looking at
Mambush wayekulo.
Andiyesa ngizokuphinda ndikunqande kulento uthetha kakubi nothi ngumambushi. La nto zeyingabasebenzi abapha.
I must intervene here and stop because this is not good. This was a group of workers and not a group belonging to Mambush.
So the point I wanted to make was that according to the legend, if one can call it that, that picture was taken at 10:56 in the morning. So it helps us to work out where the paths are and the pole is, but it doesn't help us at all in relation to the movement of the
Makasibekele kakhulu. Lo mfanekiso wathatha ngo-10:56 nokuthi ibhalo elo likuphi makasichazisele.
And
Yes,
Mr.
thank you,
Golwana,
Chair.
isn't the added difficulty with 198, wasn't the evidence that that was just their first approach and that they went back after that? So it's not part of the final approach around the kraal. Yes.
That is absolutely correct, Commissioner.
And then if one looks at 200, one see with a yellow arrow. Well, I take it one must assume that if they were at the end of the arrow, they then went backwards in the direction, which would be presumably in a westerly direction. I take it the north is correctly marked. Went in a westerly direction for some distance, and then turned, and then went back in an easterly direction, possibly northeasterly direction, as we see that being the direction of that yellow arrow on 200. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair. That's the second attempt.
Uthi apha ke kwenzame ezesibini zokuya
It
zokuqitha.
may be an idea to take the T-adjournment now, so we can all get our bearings on that. I must tell you, during the T-adjournment, there's a matter we have to attend to, so we will be probably only back at about 3:30. But
Uthi makayijongisise kakuhle le
We will
nto
take the
ukuyibuza
tea, gentlemen, now.
sicacisele yona uzawuthatha ixesha letiye ngoku.